Hype, getting new users in crypto, marketing fundamentals for builders. Everyone, give a warm welcome to Emily.
Hello, GM. Okay, so I don't have a lot of time. I'm going to fly through the intro part because I want this to be as valuable as possible. So about me, I'm a marketer, CMO at Hype. I've been full-time in crypto marketing for the last 3.5 years. Learned about Bitcoin in 2013. Hype is a crypto native agency, so we've worked with a lot of amazing projects, and I'm excited to share some of the things we've learned. Number one, I just want to validate that crypto marketing is difficult, and I'll go through some of the reasons why. And it feels like we've been early for a really, really long time, right? Like the Bitcoin white paper came out in over 16 years ago. And also marketing, even me as a marketer, there's a lot of different channels, tactics, strategies. So hopefully we can simplify this down a little bit. The main outcome I want you to take away from this is make getting users easier, whether you're an ecosystem, a dApp, or a protocol. So we will combine marketing fundamentals with crypto native projects. So current market forces on why crypto marketing is difficult. I essentially identified 3 pillars. Number one, it's really saturated and competitive. There's also multiple audiences, and it's fully global. And the tech is premature, which also creates some reputation woes outside of the hacks that we have seen on the news and all of the other headlines that you've seen in the last 16 years. This is an interview I did with a friend who has never been on crypto ever. And I essentially onboarded her and live filmed her reaction. And you can see her reacting to realizing there's 365 blockchains. Beyond that, outside of these 365 blockchains, there's also a ton of infrastructure and middleware that is needed to connect these blockchains together, whether it's interop or chain abstraction or wallets. And overall, especially with this cycle with Pump.Fun, there's 50,000 new tokens made every day, and there's 11 million projects and tokens. So you can imagine attention is really scarce, right? Like we need to sleep 8 hours a day, we need to work, and when we have so many different projects and places to put our capital, our attention's extremely fragmented. Outside of that, there's also so many categories that are growing. I'm sure you've heard of AI. So this is actually my friend experiencing Pump.Fun for the first time. That was her raw reaction. According to Kaito, there's 44 metas. This is anything from DeFi to stablecoins to Bitcoin Fi. So outside of all of the different categories in crypto, there's also all of these different narratives within those different categories. Now, the multiple global audiences, not only is this worldwide, which means you need to account for cultural nuances, languages, and breaking down cultural barriers. There's so many different audiences you need to target if you're an ecosystem. And if you are a dApp, it would be a little bit more niche, but the fact that there's so many different types of people that you're talking to with different incentives means that there is also a fragmentation in messaging and how you coordinate. So this is mainly for ecosystems, which as you just saw in the previous slides, there's at least over 350 of them. Some of those audiences are, if you're an ecosystem, you need to attract developers and builders to build apps to actually tap into retail audiences. You also have customers and users. So I could be using Celestia for data availability, but that would be different than me as a token speculator on TIA, for example. So that would be 2 separate audiences. Then you also need liquidity. So you need VCs, angels, KOL rounds, investors. You have tech partners for BD. You also have listing partners if you do want to get listed on a tier 1 exchange, which does help with the retail and token speculators. And lastly, there's regulators and institutions. So the fragmentation of audiences also makes marketing so difficult. The tech is also premature, right? So in 2021, we saw a big boom of NFTs. A lot of mainstream and retail audiences came in and realized like, oh wait, the blockchain is actually slow, or we have to pay these gas fees. So we swing between we need more infra and we need more dApps. And what this means is that it's actually hard to get net new users here in the space, which means we have a growing ecosystem, so much attention fragmentation, and the audience size is not growing as fast as we'd like. And also on reputation woes, so you can see there's a lot of, outside of the crypto Twitter bubble, outside of these in real life events, there's a lot of noise that other people see who are not in crypto, including my friend. When they think of crypto, they think of Bitcoin, they think of Coinbase. They're not realizing that there's flourishing DeFi or SocialFi apps. So it's just very difficult to onboard and get people involved. Okay, but it's not all doom, right? Like there's a reason why I read the Bitcoin white paper in 2013. There's also probably a reason why you're here. If you're a builder, there's likely a reason why you're building. So a lot of marketing is telling that story. There's also a growing number of developers, which means that hopefully we are getting inching closer to those apps that can onboard people. And there's also a lot of really interesting use cases. I'm sure you've seen this. I took this photo in Argentina, as well as the one on the left, where they're actually transacting with USDT there to hold the dollar because they have hyperinflation. I saw this in Turkey as well. And there's a lot of apps that use cryptography or blockchain technology where you don't even know blockchain is involved and it's abstracted. And because that is abstracted, they're not targeting people on crypto Twitter. So there is a use case for the technology. It's just sometimes we don't always see the representation. So what is actual marketing strategy? We know that there's difficulties with marketing. What do we do about it? I like to distill it down to why, who, what, and how. And ultimately, what a marketing strategy is a plan on how to achieve certain goals. It's not a tactic. So simply having a meme account page or an intern page or a brand mascot is not a marketing strategy. That is a tactic that you can utilize in your marketing strategy. But ultimately, your marketing strategy is why does it matter? Who does it matter to? And there's multiple audiences, as we already discussed. What narratives and messages are we communicating? And how this plan is executed and coordinated. I like to use this framework, always start with positioning, which is essentially your differentiation and relevance. Start there with your why, then understand who your audiences are, understand how to coordinate those narratives and messaging, and think through where these people live. And that could be a variety of channels, different tactics or campaigns you can use. So start at the top and go down. And number one for crypto marketing, coordination is key. So this is an interview we did with Charlie. He's the CMO of Nillion. Feel free to take a photo of the flowchart on the left. And my friend Reika, she mentioned that working in marketing is 80% coordination and 20% creative. If you look at that flowchart, you'll see how Nillion, when they're doing a brand awareness campaign, they're coordinating across all of their VC partners, their ecosystem projects, their own team, their CEO, their founders. They're looking to get as much distribution as possible across a variety of channels, whether that's X, LinkedIn, Twitter, podcasts, different formats of media. And then they're also retweeting things and reposting things to capture the global audience. So you can see the very last piece here is let's hit the Western market for the first 12 hours, then Eastern market, then community monitoring, and then content syndication. So a lot of crypto marketing is heavy coordination, and I don't think we talk about that enough. The other important thing is because everything is early tech and it's pre-product market fit, it's so important to do things that don't scale. This is from the book Crossing the Chasm, and ultimately we are still early, and that's okay. We're still very much in this early market, and we haven't really penetrated the mainstream market outside of centralized exchanges or stable coins. So what that means is it's super important to talk to users, validate your ideas and assumptions, but to take this to a next step, like this is Alan from Pump.Fun. He mentioned he cold messaged over 3,000 people. I really like to showcase this example because it really shows that as a founder, if you're building a dApp or ecosystem, it's so important to onboard people, talk to them, use that feedback. And you can actually use it to tell their stories. So you can document what users are saying, tell their stories, and actually use that in your marketing as well. This is another friend I recently onboarded last week. And I like to make sure people exercise free will. So what I do is I put them on the ethereum.org website, and I'm like, okay, choose a wallet that speaks to you spiritually. And she went through the website, and you can tell, she's like, I actually have no idea what this is like. It's like learning a different language, and she's like, whatever, let's go with Rainbow. But watching this process is really interesting. She studied for her bar exam. My other friend worked at Tesla. Like, these are smart people. And onboarding is really difficult in the space, and we don't know this if we don't actually talk to people and see how they experience it. And the most important thing is to tell your own stories. So if you're a founder or if you're a team, you have to remember that there's different stories that you're telling, whether you're connecting to developers and getting them to onboard. Those stories are going to be very different than talking to listing partners or talking to consumers of your app. And ways that you can tell this story is remembering that just putting out a marketing campaign or putting out one tactic isn't enough. You need to have consistency, and you need to show it in different ways. So I actually flew by this, which is amazing, because I thought I had 30 slides. So maybe I go back to this one, because I think this is actually a tangible example. I believe Nillion is here as well. You'll see their trucks everywhere. But this is a tangible example of what one singular marketing campaign looks like, right? And one marketing campaign is not enough. So this only shows you the coordination within one marketing campaign, but marketing and storytelling is a concurrent thing. And it's also going to evolve as your company evolves. So it depends on the stage you're in. So a lot of the work we do at Hype is helping our clients and companies get to that next stage. We do a lot of campaigns for mainnets, testnets, TGEs. And TGE is only day 0 in crypto marketing. So after you understand who your audiences are and who are the most important to target within that stage, then you can coordinate that strategy. Okay, I actually flew through this. Thank you for coming. And if you have any questions, you can find me on X. And also, this is a little bit about Hype.
I call it guitar slide. Guitar slide. Coffee for drip and a lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti. They rock on P Island. Get homemade in 7 for time. Shaboom dose, the efficiency pulse. The lag runs lagging in his latency so. Professor Waze got the future on spinball. Urgent notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Waze got the future on spinball. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. Crypto notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the boofins, they cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hugs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Waze got the future on spinball. Urging notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Waze got the future on spinball. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Chaos is not compatible.
All right. Next up, first of all, thank you, Emily Live from Hype, for her presentation. Amazing visuals and really good breakdown. Up next, have you guys seen Avengers Infinity War, Avengers Endgame? Well, do you want better? This is the Web3 version, Wallet Endgame, how key store rollups are enabling the future of wallets for humans and AI. Right now, we have Sean Lee from Magic Labs and Jane Lippincott from Volt Capital. Give a warm welcome to Jane and Sean.
Hello, everyone. Thank you guys for being here. I'm going to do a quick poll of the audience before we get started with our panel. I would love for you to raise your hand if you already have a crypto wallet. Okay, cool. So not a lot of beginners in the audience. Good to know. We have a great panel today. We're going to talk about AI, user experience, and then a couple exciting product launches from Magic. I'm going to kick off by a category about AI. AI is reshaping so many parts of our world today, and wallets have not fundamentally shifted to accommodate AI agents or AI-powered interactions. So I'd love to hear from you. Are wallets the weak link in crypto's future, especially as it has to do with AI? And what is missing from the wallet stack today?
Yeah, it's a great question. I would say when we first started Magic, it was a very simple ecosystem, where it's just Ethereum, one chain, kind of one wallet, very few protocols that people use. But now that's evolved quite a bit. So now there's huge amount of fragmentation that's caused by the proliferation of chains. But also, there's just so much more apps and protocols. So in a way, we solve the wallet creation problem, but onboarding, there's so much more to go. Like it's still very difficult for end users to like engage with DeFi, which is sort of this use case that lasted multiple cycles. Like what's slippage, what's like yield optimization, all of that is very, very difficult. So, but with the rapid improvement in AI, that barrier of entry could be simplified by quite a bit for just the everyday user. Like imagine a open AI operator that can kind of manage your finance for you. Like I could send my friend 1,000 USDC and that's automatically generating yields. And I think that's a really great way to convey the magic in like the Web3 experience and to communicate that wow factor.
Security is on top of everyone's mind right now with the recent Bybit hack. Also, a recent Chainalysis report highlighted that over $2 billion was lost in crypto in 2024 alone. I'd love to understand from your perspective what the largest vulnerability is today in wallets that might be overlooked by other people building the space or even by your everyday user.
I would say there's two parts to this. One is currently wallets have very basic permissioning. So for example, there's no you're literally pushing the assets from one address to another. But I think the right model should be that the user is sort of setting authorization, like max spend limit. Here's the duration that you can send. Here are the conditions and predefined rules to send this transaction. And that's sort of being solved with a lot of the session keys, permissions kind of effort. But also, I think a lot of the oversight around security in Web3 is that everybody is very focused on the kind of the architecture. It kind of, in a way, it's like security theater. But ultimately, where a lot of these people get hacked is from social engineering, which requires a lot of great like corporate security measures, making sure that no weird things are installed on your employees' computers, compliances such as SOC 2 Type 2 or ISO, all, just having really great security kind of fundamentals would help there as well.
Interoperability and composability have both been buzzwords in crypto for the past couple of years, but most wallets are not multi-chain, or multi-chain experiences that do exist are relatively weak. What do you think true operability will look like in crypto in the near term? I
think there's multiple phases, right? So you start with an interoperable wallet that can go across applications. That's one of the earliest kind of wow factors of crypto. You can use one wallet across many applications. So that's solved. The second one is chain abstraction, making sure the users can interact seamlessly across chains. There's a lot of great new technology that allows that, like Intents across, even like Rhinestone with their Omni account. So there's a lot of great development there that helps with that cross-chain interoperability. But in the future, I think with AI, you could actually abstract away the concept of dApps and applications completely. You're just user trying to get something done, and then on the back end, it automates and aggregates everything for you, so that the user don't have to actually click through all of these dApp UIs, protocols, and chains, and everything's kind of just automated away. So I would say that's like the ultimate version, but yeah, there's like one step at a time right now.
Yeah, a lot of people see a future where users perform semantic commands, and in the back end, there's some sort of like permissioned dApp store or app store that agents can interact with directly to get whatever a user wants done efficiently and in a cost-effective way. How do we balance this automation vision that we're also excited about with control and like user privacy and all of like the fundamental guarantees that brought us into crypto in the first place?
Yeah, I think that's where it gets pretty interesting, because you if the AI is so smart, you don't really want to limit it too much, but you also can't use it without the right guardrails. So then it comes in two parts. So one, there's kind of the permissioning and authorizing assets that we talked about, from session keys But we believe that it can get a bit more expressive than it currently is. Like, hey, you can only make this transaction if the slippage is under this. And I think that on one hand is very important. And second part is being able to actually trust the automation, right? Not just like AI agents, but like also Telegram bots or just simple automation scripts. Just being able to trust that it's actually doing what it's supposed to do. Like kind of currently with Telegram bots, for example, a lot of people use it, by the way, like this Trojan bot processed 16 billion over the past year. It's like super incredible, but users literally have to give it a private key with asset in it. So like not very like long term, but and also you don't really know that it's actually doing what it's claiming to do. So I think the verifiable aspect of automation is absolutely key as the other components to enable this.
You mentioned key management there. How do you feel about seed phrases long term? Do you think users will be interacting with seed phrases in 2028?
I think the seed phrase thing is pretty solved. I feel like, when we started in 2019, we actually launched in East Denver. It was the first like embed wallet. So you can create a non-custodial wallet with a Web2, Web3 login. And since then, there's been, it's becoming really a standard. And there's not really a need to kind of, that seed phrase problem is solved. But now it's more like, okay, you have these fragmented embed wallet just sprinkled all across. So like, how do you develop that relationship with end users? How do you, what if the user wants to kind of migrate into another wallet? So I think onboarding is one factor, creating this wallet, but making sure the user stay within the wallet and continue to use it, that's another whole exercise.
Aside from the semantic abstraction layer we talked about earlier, what are other ways that you think AI agents can explicitly work to improve the user experience for people interacting with crypto?
I think AI helps really lower that barrier of entry. It's like, hey, here's some like for example, like right now discovering applications based on what you want to do, that's kind of challenging. But with AI, they can kind of based on what your input and your intentions, or generate a bunch of like tool calls, right? And then they can kind of interact with all these protocols. Without you actually kind of trying to discover it and then take the action on it. And I think this sort of is happening in the Web2 world as well, where before you go on Google, right? It's like, okay, here's some idea around what I do. I try to find a website. I try to vet the website. I look through the products and everything, and then click, check out. So from intent to getting the action done, there's like a lot of areas where users can drop off. Whereas I think now with AI, you can shorten that path from A to B by quite a bit. So, and I think that applies to Web3 and sort of financial side of this as well.
Definitely agree with you there. I want to move on to Newton, if that's okay. Magic recently announced Newton, which is a verifiable automation layer that enables any wallet to create agents on autopilot. There are a lot of potentials for Newton to help improve UX, but I'd love to double click on some of the gaps we explicitly addressed already in this panel. How will Newton work to solve those for end users?
Yeah, so the Newton is based on sort of this philosophy around a endgame wallet. What does wallet look like to sort of address this future version where there's like AI, right? So I would say the wallets should consist of 3 key pillars. One is like automatable. For example, a wallet could delegate to any other wallet or agent or bots or automation scripts to take action on its behalf. And all of that is done in a way without transferring custody, right, to the other party. So that's automatable. We have modular, which means the users can progressively enhance their security based on their evolving needs. So here we're kind of using the Rhinestone 7579 modular smart wallet that have these modules. For example, you can add like social recovery, 2FA, passkey, like super easy. And then last but not least is around interoperable. So the wallet can be used across apps, cross chains. So with these three pillars, Newton consists of two parts. One is the Newton account, that is the modular smart wallet. And then there is the Newton key store, which enables the automation part of this. So it's a purpose-built roll-up that's based actually on Vitalik's key store rollup, and that's going to be able to one synchronize your wallet config and permissions to all the chains that support it, and two enable that ensure that any automation by a third party is done within the user's predefined rules. If it's agent, it will be kind of like the code of law for agents. And then actually making sure that the script is verified, the automation is doing what it's claiming to do. And on top of that, you can have predefined rules and permissions that's pretty expressive. Not only it can be stateful or kind of based on like KOL sentiments or things like that. So that kind of really opens things, opens up the possibility and sort of introduce this kind of like permissioning and automation as a primitive, right, in on-chain. So, yeah.
Very cool. One of the promises of the Ethereum virtual computer is programmability. I would love for you to address how Newton enhances programmability for the wallet space.
Yeah, I think that comes in with the automation piece. So that is what we want to enable. So instead of kind of user going through all of these like different applications, learning the UI, UX, and all of that, we want to make sort of Newton a platform where developers or like agent developers, even Web 2 developers, they can easily write like automation and sort of deploy that with Newton. And you can then have the users access the programs that's deployed. And then the program by default is like verifiable or verified, kind of like little containers that's deployed in the TE infrastructure. So yeah, like we want to kind of shift the paradigm and do things a little differently, because AI is eating UI. It's solving a lot of these usability challenges for us. So we're kind of just naturally adapting to that and figuring out new ways that applications in Web3 can be built.
And how will the user onboarding experience and then experience in the platform feel?
So that's sort of where the Newton wallet experience that we're launching soon, that will come in, is sort of to demonstrate this experience for the protocol. So very simple still. You can log in with like passkey, email, very simple to get a wallet. But then they can be now exposed to like a bunch of like automation things that they can engage with, like copy trading friends, yield optimization. All of that is kind of being handled in the background. And so yeah, just overall the vision is to create this wallet that can self-drive for you. Like self-driving cars, you can have self-driving wallets that can like trade when you're sleeping and things like that.
So by now I think we have a good sense of how AI is embedded into the wallet itself. Can AI agents actually use the wallet, and what would their experience look like?
I would say the AI agent can, in a way, like remote control the wallet. So let's say the agent could use any wallet themselves, but the user can sort of delegate permission to these other wallets that can act on its behalf. So this way, you're not directly transferring your assets into the agent. The agent is sort of remote controlling the master wallet with its permissions.
I think one of the things I'm excited for in the next couple of years is for the paradigm of wallets to shift beyond just a place where users go to store assets. I think that's beginning, but we have a lot further to go. How do you imagine the shift will look, and where will it bring us by 2030 or so?
I would say we kind of got really inspired with this this fat wallet thesis by Delphi. I think we might even see a pendulum swing back into wallets. So what I mean by that is there's so many chains doing their own thing, a lot of complexity, but they're not really kind of building that great user experience or really connecting with the end users. And I think that's where it matters a lot. That's how you get the order flow. That's how you get liquidity distribution, is to form that end user experience. And given a regulatory environment that's sort of lightening up, you're going to see a lot of these wallets start to integrate all of this like DeFi and being able to do DeFi and sort of like, for example, Infinex would just be able to launch like Kaido right away when like the centralized exchanges actually will take a while to list them. So I think there's like a window of opportunities for a wallet to really start gaining traction, distribution. So yeah, I feel like in the next 30 years, the users will stay within the experience that they value the most, and all the protocol interaction, all the complexity, that's kind of all being abstracted away in the background. So
it sounds like you believe the real opportunity to scale a wallet company is actually ahead of us, even though you've been building Magic for many years now. If we were in 2030 now and looking back, what would you regret not having done ahead of this next cycle in terms of building the product, maybe like targeting a specific user base, onboarding the AIs? I would just love to hear, like, maybe if you could outline what your priorities are going forward.
I think we're doing what the most of what we can do right now, and the thing that I genuinely want to do the most. And it's a funny story. Back in 2019, the first version of Magic Wallet was a kind of interoperable universal wallet. And one thing that we try to do is, hey, like maybe the regulatory environment not super friendly, but maybe we kind of go a SaaS route. We build this embed wallet, and maybe apps can kind of customize it. And what ended up happening is now there's like even more fragmentation, and some of the benefits of Web3 is not being kind of really tapped into from that interoperability. So now we're kind of going back to our roots, and all the technology is now ready, on the smart wallet side, on the kind of DeFi side, on the AI side. So yeah, I think it's like a perfect storm to create the next perfect wallet that sticks to the end game wallet principle. So yeah, that's what we're working on now.
Well, thank you so much for setting the table with us and explaining Magic's new product, Newton. Thank you, guys. You've been a great audience.
Thank you.
Young as each block mine down. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Throwing me mad, but mad's just a beta test for Boodle. Oh, Pete John's
Hey everyone, my name is Patrick. I lead go-to-market at Galaxy and Gravity. So Galaxy is a Web3 services platform that is geared specifically towards marketing, ecosystem development, and a whole lot more. So we do everything from questing, which we're probably most well known for. We do things that are more geared towards asset distribution, incentivization, airdrop facilitation. We also do decentralized identity management solutions, AI, and the list kind of goes on. For today's conversation, we're going to be talking about decentralized identity and how that's going to play a role in not only the immediate future, how we're working on it right now, but how that's going to work long term. How do we grow? How do we expand and use it as a tool to onboard teams into the space, onboard individuals into the space, but also provide real world value for those outside of the space as they exist today. This topic is really interesting to me in particular because for myself, when I got into the space back 2015, 2016, this was actually my catalyst for wanting to get involved. It made the most sense for me. I was aware of Bitcoin and Ethereum and all that good stuff, but I saw some work that was happening in Zurich and Zug, where they were putting identity on the blockchain using Ethereum and having some pilots going on where they could use selective sharing, using Ethereum zero-knowledge proofs, where they could share bits of information without disclosing all of your pertinent or sensitive individual information like your social security number if you're trying to get into a bar, or maybe that's a little extreme, but that was effectively the reason that I basically got into the space. So it's been a nice journey to come back and get a chance to work on this again. Going in here. If I can get this to go to the next slide. One moment. Seems like a little bit of technical difficulties. Just one moment. Yeah, let me just quit that. Yeah. Oh, I really don't want to quit it because my Awesome, folks. So we'll go ahead and keep this going here. As I mentioned, we're going to be talking about the problem with centralized identity solutions. We'll talk about how that paradigm is shifting with some of the work that we're doing in the Web3 space collectively, some of the work that Galaxy is doing in particular, how we're redefining digital identity with some of the work that we do today. We'll also talk about the importance of zero-knowledge proofs, and then how interoperability is critical to us scaling out identity solutions, providing real-world value, and creating low-friction environments for people to operate. On the problem side of things, so we all probably know and often use, I would guess that everyone here uses some form of Google or Apple ID as a sign-in mechanism. You've used it to not only go into your account, go in and manage what you're working on across different platforms, also used as a tool for actually like effective signups. And it does create a very seamless experience in many aspects for the end user, which is great. That being said, there's a couple of challenges that do exist within that model. One is, those are centralized entities. Google makes up about 75% of that market share of all of that related traffic. Apple makes up another about 14%, and then there's only a couple of the providers that are making up that last remaining 1%. It's a centralized provider. You're giving your data to a team that you're hoping is operating in your best interest, but in many cases, obviously, these are not paid products. So if, naturally you think, if it's not paid, I'm the product, that kind of mentality. Another piece is, as you go through and actually exchange data and look to do signups, look to go in and manage your account, handle that kind of single sign-on social experience, often, one, you're relaying data to these other providers that you wouldn't want to delay or relay. The other is, even when you go through a sign-up process for a new platform, a new website, whatever it may be, not always is all of that information already populated or securely shared. So you're often having to go through, regardless of using Google or Apple, and go through and input your own sensitive information. So your surface area of risk continues to expand, and you're working with a variety of other partners where they may have different practices, different ethics, data broker, selling your data, anything of that sort. Now that shifts in the way that we think about identity management. So Galaxy, underpinning all of our various services and the 32 million users that we work with, is the Galaxy Identity Protocol. Now the Galaxy Identity Protocol is a unified solution that involves leveraging zero-knowledge proof, so we'll talk about how we actually do that in a moment here, and a variety of other tools that are both on and off-chain, so on-chain experiences and off-chain experiences, to create one singular profile for you as an individual that you can leverage across our ecosystem and any other ecosystem that's leveraging an identity-based product. Like I mentioned, the Galaxy Identity Protocol is a self-sovereign identity service. It takes all of your inputs across both on-chain and off-chain experiences, allows you to build a collective profile, and then leverages zero-knowledge proofs to ensure that you're the owner and the retainer of your information, of that sensitive, pertinent information that you shouldn't really need to disclose with all other parties. At the end of the day, Party A will have a different requirement for what they consider is the criteria for participation than Platform B, than Service C. So what the technology allows us to do and allows you as the owner of that data and owner of that profile allows you to do is do selective sharing or sharing specific bits of information on a per-need basis based on the criteria of the platform themselves. We've seen this obviously very well adopted in the context of Web3. We have to date have over 210, almost 211 million individual pieces of credential that have been verified through our network. All of that through, again, our additional product offerings as well as broader ecosystem adoption of Galaxy identity services. In terms of how the technology is effectively broken down, we separate this out from the identity layer and the functionality piece into 4 key groups. So that is the credential holder, which we'll talk about in a moment here, the issuer itself, the verifier, and then the credential type. Like I mentioned before, this is not only limited to what you would see in a Web3 environment, but also takes in those different components from Web 2. So we use on and off-chain SDKs to power much of the underlying infrastructure and connectivity layer of all of the solution. Now, when we talk about credential management, or the credentials themselves, the 210, 211 million credentials that we've verified to date through this platform, good to define exactly what that effectively entails. There's 2 key components of our credentials. It's the context and the type. Easiest way to kind of think about this is the context is, hey, I'm trying to get into a bar, are you over 21? And the type is the output, the yes or the no output that you would receive that verifies that you are indeed eligible or fit that criteria for participation. Now you can extrapolate that across any number of different use cases, and that's certainly what we're seeing today. Another key call out here is we're fully blockchain agnostic, so we work across about 70 different networks today, which means that you have a fully integrated experience that's not limited to any given ecosystem or any given blockchain environment. So we have that connectivity layer that exists both on the ecosystem side and on the Web 2 side. In terms of those other 3 components that we outlined before, first we have the holders. The holders are the ones that actually receive that credential, are the ones that have passed that credential and have full ownership of effectively what means to, let's say is 21 or has a certain certification or has a certain reputation or score or any of these other kind of variables that you might want to use for different ecosystems and getting interactions. The issuers are the teams that again, running those kind of certification programs. They might be the ones that are outlining or distributing these scores themselves or defining on what reputation can be achieved within a given platform. Very same thing with things like age or any sort of outside certification that you want to consider. Then the verifiers are the ones that build up the cryptographic schema that actually does the verification process. So let's say, hey, if we want to have somebody interact with our platform, they need to have this criteria satisfied by this issuer, and they can go ahead and participate. In the context of things like Galaxy Campaigns, our questing platform, you can kind of see this flow as a continuous kind of connection between all of those different pieces. So we have people today that will take our credentials that we help them create. So, hey, what type of participation activity are you looking to have? How do you want to quantify that? How do you want to qualify people for that participation and ensure that they're signing off or being verified for that type of activity? Once those are defined and set up, then the campaign owners are able to actually issue the credential themselves once people come through the network and go through those different various stages and activations. And then the end user in their profile is given those credentials. So now they have certification. Now they have the ability to participate in a given ecosystem, again, depending on what level of certification or what type of certification they've attained through what type of ecosystem and where that is relevant across the broader ecosystem. Now, why did we go with the ZK approach? A couple of different examples that I think speak to this that are kind of in reflection of what we've already talked about so far. One would be kind of like a gamer example. So let's say that gamer that wants to join a guild, for example. But the guild is in relation to Game A. And part of the criteria for getting participation or being accepted into the guild is they want to know that you're really good. They want to know that you're really good with this specific type of game or this kind of context or, loosely defined type of games. So they might say, hey, we want to let you in, but only if you're very, very good at Game B and you have a certain reputation or score or tier that you've achieved or a boss kill or whatever it may be. So in that example, what this gamer can do is have that credential minted for their achievement of that criteria on Game B and immediately work it in to get the effectively the sign-off for the guild participation on Game A. And they can do that through selective sharing, so they don't have to share all of their information, they just have to share that one data point and specifically yes, no, if they meet the criteria. Another example would be things like, hey, I want to be active in a specific event, I want to go to a specific party, but it might require a certain reputation within the community. Again, you don't have to share all your information, you don't have to share your social security number, not even your name, not even any of these pieces. They just need to know, are you a reputable member of our community? Have you been participating a lot? We can use that now as a way of handling the participation for the physical or virtual events that we want to host. By using ZKP and the other technologies that are built into the Galaxy Identity Protocol, we're able to achieve the three kind of key pieces of what we consider for identity management. So privacy, security, and efficiency. Again, like I mentioned before, we're blockchain agnostic, so we have 70 blockchain deployments today. That is underpinned by the Galaxy Identity Protocol to ensure that you have a unified experience, that you're not getting fragmented or boxed out of different ecosystems for leveraging the Galaxy Identity Protocol itself. We also have this embedded into all the different kind of product groups that we offer today, as well as some of our partners as well, so that when you have any interaction on Platform A or within our questing platform over here, all of that universal output or achievement is brought together and then can be used as your collective profile and your criteria or fitting that criteria for other kind of ecosystem participation. So it's kind of a continuation on the same thing. Kind of core takeaway here is, if we want to compete with folks that are working on things like Google, single sign-on, Apple ID, anything of that nature, we need our products to be not only delivering the value of what blockchain and crypto and Web3 enables, so things like sovereign ownership of a data, being able to securely pass one bit of information for verification purposes and not the whole picture. All of these different pieces, it comes down to making sure that we also don't introduce additional friction in the mix, because even if there is, a very valuable solution from a technical perspective, if it's too much friction, people won't use it. Now we have 32 million users across our products today, so that's quite a bit, but we don't have the billions of users that we want to achieve as a collective ecosystem where we can start to bring people in and start to take back data ownership. So for us, top of mind is continuing to have our identity protocol outfitted across different ecosystems, either through the campaigns that they run with us, the services they work with us on, or the things that they work about in their own right and how they leverage the Galaxy Identity Protocol. We also expand very, very quickly from a chain perspective. So we're continuing to grow our footprint to ensure that we have full coverage so that you can interact with app over here, app 1 over here on chain 1, and app B over here on chain B. Like we like to say, the shift to decentralized identity is happening now. We built a privacy-first and scalable and interoperable model that continues to support the Galaxy ecosystem and our ecosystem of partners today. That being said, if you are interested in working with us, either on anything that I mentioned earlier for Galaxy, or anything that we're doing on the Gravity front, which is our layer 1 blockchain coming to market later this year, hopefully. I show my CTO's over there. Hopefully he's okay with me saying that. You can come check out our booth, which is right around the corner here, or let us know. We also have a QR code for everyone here to be able to scan and connect with us in person. Awesome. Thank you very much.
Wah, wah, guitar slide. Wah, wah, guitar slide. Coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti. They rock on PI. Homemade in 7/4 Shaboom goes the efficiency pulse. The lad runs lagging in his latency so. Professor Wade's got the future on spinball. Urgent notes dancing.
I'm now the CEO of Geo, which is a core dev at The Graph. I've been working on helping to make Web3 real for 7.5 years. So if you haven't accomplished your goals yet, don't feel bad. We're going to be talking about knowledge today, that elusive thing. By the way, did you guys hear about the UFOs? Like what's going on? I mean, there's rumors. It could totally be real, right? Like there could be UFOs. I'm trying to figure it out. I can't tell where we're at. I wonder if you have this feeling sometimes, right? Where it's hard to know what's real. Like, how do you know? And core to this issue is we now have the internet. Everybody's connected. Everybody's got opinions. And we might need a hotspot. Sorry, just 1 second. built, the ownership is on chain, right? And then off chain, you have this metadata, right? The metadata for the application, the images, name, description, these kinds of things. But that metadata, it's a fixed structure. And so as you have new types of NFTs, you want to build different types of applications. Maybe you want to do token gating. Maybe you want to do IP. How do you structure that information, and how do you make sure you can support different types of applications? We never really quite got there, the way that we build these apps with this JSON fixed schema anchored on chain. Now we have Web3 social, right? And social is super exciting, right? It's an obvious use case for Web3. We want to be able to have different applications. You want to be able to have composability, take your follower graph with you. But even these social applications that we're using, they have these kind of fixed schemas, right? Like you define a post. But which applications are social and which aren't social? Almost any app can really be social, right? And do we want to be limited to posts? What if you have jobs? What if you have products, articles, research papers, all these different types of things? So what we need is flexible ways of describing information and extending it across applications. So last year, I published a blog post called Knowledge Graphs Are Web3. Raise your hand if you've heard of knowledge graphs. Okay, we got a few people. So in this post, I describe Web3, and Web3 is a new platform for decentralized applications, right? And it's an open, verifiable, composable web. And so far, we're doing pretty well in the crypto industry with verifiability and with openness. We have these decentralized networks. We have infrastructure protocols, right? Today we have a ton of infrastructure protocols. When we founded the Graph, we were one of the very first. But what we don't have is the composability, right? We still don't have a universe of interoperable information-based applications. And to me, that's what Web3 is going to look like, right? It's Web3. It's a new platform with open infrastructure, right? You don't want vendor lock-in. You don't want to have to take platform risk, where people own their data, right? That's what people want, to not be controlled by, you have their data locked in applications that are controlled by corporations. You want your private data to be private, right? Actually secure. You want public information to be verifiable. And you want all of that to be interoperable across applications, right? We need to break free from these data silos. So, I think that is Web3. Now, on Ethereum, we had this ERC20 standard, right? And with that one very simple primitive, that unlocked DEXs, that unlocked lending, that unlocked this whole flourishing universe of DeFi. And DeFi is amazing. But what we haven't seen is this proliferation of information-based apps right outside of finance. And so what we need is that type of a primitive, right? Like an individual unit, a primitive for composable knowledge to build interoperable knowledge-based apps beyond DeFi. So what is knowledge? Well, data you can think of as the raw bits, right, that are maybe on a blockchain, for example. And then information is when you decode the data and you put it into a structure, right? So think of tabular information. And then knowledge is when you link and label and you create connections between the information to get a higher level of understanding. Right? And you can think about how your own brain works. When you're learning something, when you're creating knowledge, you're making connections between things. Oh, this is kind of like that, right? This contradicts something else that I saw. You're making these connections, and it's in those free-form connections that you turn information into knowledge. So GRC20 is a new knowledge graph standard, a primitive for knowledge. And it starts with entities. And anything can be an entity. You can have an entity for a person, for a place, for an idea, right? It's all just entities that are interconnected together. So you can have an entity for like a city here. And importantly, you want all of the entities to have globally unique IDs. Right? So if you're referencing the city of San Francisco, what ID are you using for that? Right? Is every app have its own ID, and then how do we know if we're talking about the same things or different things? So we need globally unique IDs. The atomic unit in knowledge graphs and in GRC20 is the triple, an entity attribute value. This is like the atom of knowledge. Right? The entity is the entity ID. The attribute is the property of the thing that you're describing. So for example, a birthday, and then the value is the value. Now, interestingly, the way that we reference the attributes, it's also by ID. And so that way, you can change the names of things over time. And with JSON, you can't do that once the data has been created. So this is truly an interoperable thing. If you have a little datum, a little fact that's in this kind of a format, any application can interpret this, can know exactly what you're talking about, and that's how we get interoperability, by defining the right types of atoms. From there, we have a few native types. These are the native types in GRC20. And from there, you can create higher level types. Right, so you can define a type like a place or a person. These are higher level types where you define the properties that could exist on those things, but it's very flexible. Right? Here, an entity can have many types, and so this gives you a really flexible way of structuring your information. And then you can create relations, free-form relations between all of your different entities, and that's what forms a graph. So for example, we can say that Byron works at Geo. Right, so this is a relation between the person Byron and the project Geo. And what we have here is we implement a property graph model. So with a property graph, you can actually add facts to the relation itself. And this is not something that you have in most like database systems that you're familiar with. So for example, the fact, what Byron's roles are, that he's a software engineer, or when he started working, those are properties of the relation itself. And so putting all of this together, we can create a graph, right? A global graph of all of the world's public knowledge and information that's organized and served in a decentralized way. You can build custom applications on top of this. The information can be verifiable, it can be open, it can be composable, and we can, have the tools to start to, make sense of the world around us. So there's a lot of places that we could start with this because it's very broad. You can build any kind of application on top of knowledge graphs. So one area that we're starting is with crypto news. Getting back to that, news problem. So we have a set of editors that have been going through and organizing, breaking news in the crypto industry, and they tag, here are the related projects, here are the related people, here are the facts. And we're trying to create blockchain-based record of the facts as they happen. We're going to start sharing more of this stuff out publicly, and you could imagine having a global hive mind of people that are contributing to that. What do you agree with? What do you disagree with? Structuring all of this stuff. And so we think this is going to be one interesting area that people that are interested in news keep an eye out for. And we recently announced GeoGenesis. This application that we're using is now open for early access. So GeoGenesis is an app where you can organize knowledge, and you can create communities, and you can get communities to consensus on shared facts. You can use this for DAOs, for protocols, for your companies. Think of like a Notion, right? But like a Web3 Notion, and where the knowledge is all an interconnected knowledge graph. So if you want to play around with GeoGenesis, you can request your early access. Mention that you're from ETH Denver, and we can speed you up on the list. And, you know, we're at this phase of Web3 where we've been building the infrastructure for a while. And, you know, some people are maybe curious, like, what's this stuff going to be used for, right? Is it just for finance or what? And I believe that when we put all of the right pieces together, we're going to rebuild everything on top of this foundation, right? There's no reason to use software where your data is trapped and controlled by a single corporation. And so we are going to rebuild everything on top of this solid foundation. And you all are going to be the people to do this, right? If you use the right primitives. Thank you.
The city on sports and things. We've been like the city with reach and brains. We've been like the city on sports and things. Rolling up and slapping chains. She's a Colorado Comet in code forged steel. Wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's, if your chain's choking, Ethernight whiz. Found her at a bullet hook sucking down APIs. Armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagrange drools over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, shooby-doo-bah crack. That lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bluff acorns grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Architect with a buffercorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. To do with for do with for do with with you ordered a moonwalk across gas feet graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess. Scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, goes a mace on firewall. I scooped and truce from trash sheets. That's my device. Nullify a sniffing T-less tears. Call me well connected, I call it. Coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti. They rock on P Island. Get homemade in 7-4 time. Shaboom, dose, efficiency pulse. The lad runs lagging in his latency sub. Professor Wade's got the future on spin, book. Urging notes, dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Wade's got the future on spin, book. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. Crypto notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the board fins, they cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Wade's got the future on spin, book. Urging notes, dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Wade's got the future on spin, book. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Chaos is not compeller, or it's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI, nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prof? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso straight through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs dial-up found. Age, old as speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Wade's got the future on spin, book. Urging notes, dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Wade's got the future on spin, book. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Calling me mad, but mad's just a beta test for Boodle. Oh, Pete Jobs, right? Just dreamers, on-chain truth, no middle schemers. Forking hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. DAOs are voting, vibes are flowing. Buff-eyed corns are still a-growing. While the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last. And the hurt bubble, watch it crash. But we don't need your central banks. Cause regen biddlers stack in stacks. For we pity let this city on sports and chains. We pity let this city with regen brains. We pity let this city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Whale pools floating, fees are burning. ZK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, code permissionless and finalized. Fork marmots on the scene, you know we're gonna bid a little it there. Some TradFi bro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games. on chain. Yo, we pity let the city on sports and chains. We pity let the city with regen brains. We pity let the city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. If you fade it, just stay seated. The Etherverse will leave you heated. We don't need your legacy, cause regen memes are proof-free. Big let the city on sports and chains. We big let the city with regen brains. We big let the city on sports and chains. Rolling up and slapping chains. She's a Colorado Comet in code forged steel. Wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's if your chain's choking Ethernight whiz. Found her at a bullet hook sucking down APIs. Armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagron drools over slow motion doom. Grind. Her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, shooby-doo-bop crack. Ooh, that lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a Bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Da-da-da-da. Alliance architect with a Bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. To do with for do with for do with do with do with do 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 do. You ordered a moonwalk across gas feet graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess. Scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, bosom, lace on firewall. Eyes spooked and truce from dress sheets. That's my device. Nullifier sniffing by my clothes too crisp. Mainnet gossips, tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Got receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. Your private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive jump. Eyes everywhere, that's 3 bird phones. Quantaries whisper, king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl tears. Call me well connected, I call it. Coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti. Watch me. They rock on PI. Get homemade in sevens for time. Shaboom, dose, efficiency pulse. The lad runs lagging in his latency so. Professor Way's got the future on spin, boy. Urging notes, dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spin, boy. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. Crypto notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the board fins, they cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hugs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Way's got the future on spin, boy. Urging notes, dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spin, boy. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Chaos is not a compeller, or it's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI, nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prof? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso straight through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs dial-up found. Old as speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Way's got the future on spin, boy. Urging notes, dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spin, boy. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Throwing me mad, but mad's just a beta test for Buddha. Oh, he just tried to do oh, he just tried to do oh, he just tried to do oh, he just tried to do. We're biddylers, not just dreamers. On-chain truth, no middle schemers. Forking hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. DAOs are voting, vibes are flowing. Buff corns are still a-growing. While the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last. And the hurt bubble, watch it crash. But we don't need your central banks, 'cause regen biddlers stack in stacks. For we bid let this city on sports and chains. We bid let this city with regen brains. We bid let this city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Whale pools floating, fees are burning. ZK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, cause permissionless and finalized. Fork marmots on the scene, you know we're gonna bid a little it there. Some tread vibro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games. We just launch They let the city with regen brains. They let the city on sports and chains, rolling up and slapping chains. She's a Colorado Comet in code forged steel, wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's, if your chain's choking, Ethernet whiz. Found her at a bullet hook, sucking down APIs, armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagrange drools over slow motion duel. Grind, her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, shooby-doo-bah crack. Ooh, that lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bluff acorns grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Da-da-da-da. Alliance architect with a buffercorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. To do with for do with for do with with you ordered a moonwalk across gas feet graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess, scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, bosom, lace on firewall. Eyes spooked and truce from dress sheets. That's my device. Nullifier sniffing by my cloaks too crisp. Mainnet gossips, tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Got receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. You private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive jump. Eyes everywhere, match 3 bird phones. Haunteries whisper, king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk dead scene. Bend it up to the entropy. Mace cracked vaults like, who's got the keys? Nullifiers huffing, you're just a rat with his firewall splinter to confetti bits. I'm curating leaks at the after party, sipping TLS tears. Call me well connected, I call it. Coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the sailing wire. Gas fees are confetti. Watch me be rock on the island. efficiency pulse. The lad runs lagging in his latency soul.
talk about scaling the L1. This is a pretty hot button topic for some people, so I'll just get into it. I am Aaron Grasmick. I've been working at Parity for more than 6 years, and I've been in the blockchain space for more than that. I have a computer science degree from UW-Madison. My focus was distributed systems and job schedulers, which is, you know, a way to get into blockchain, I guess. I've done a lot of testnet work, thousands of node deployments, but now I've been thinking like higher up the stack and more about like how blockchains work, like systems engineering, systems design, and things like that. In this talk, I'd like to cover understanding each other. Like we should be like friendly to other blockchains, I think. Like look at other people's approaches, take learnings from other chains, and like take a deeper look at technologies that we're building and take the best bits of all of them and put them together. I'd like also to address like premium block space. So this is something interesting that people talk about sometimes when referring to the Ethereum L1. And I'd also like to talk about new approaches that we can take to maybe combine some technologies. Okay, so let's start. Why do we even care about this? People congregate towards like believing a certain set of trade-offs is correct, and there's like a huge tribalism about this, like in blockchain. It's been like a hugely hot button topic, not only in the Ethereum community, but also in like Solana, whatever, Polkadot. Why do we care so much about scaling? Why do we care so much about how scaling is implemented? Like, why are people so divided over this? Like, the block space wars are still ongoing. There's a belief that like a huge supply of block space can like revolutionize the apps and the use cases that can be built on blockchain. And like choosing one of these directions means like you have to commit to that, and you have to really undertake these massive engineering problems that arise by like the choice of scaling that you have. So like the modern scaling landscape today, like monolithic, scales with hardware. It's fast, which is good. It's synchronous, which is like what a lot of people want for DeFi. But like it's potentially centralizing because of these hardware like hardware requirements, and it has like definite limits because of like the internet, like the speed of light, the speed of whatever, speed of CPUs, and it gets expensive. So like it's definitely a centralizing factor. But the rollup roadmap, it's expressive, programmable. L2s can be fast, scales out to like the capacity that the L1 can actually take, like blobs and things like that. But there's so many multi-sigs now for L2s, and like this is also centralizing. And there's like single companies running rollups, and you don't really know how that's going to end up, like if they're going to decentralize or not. And you also have fragmented liquidity and users, and this is kind of like a bad state. So why would you scale vertically in the first place? Like obviously Ethereum is not doing this. But I want to like help us like understand a little bit like why someone would choose this approach. Hardware is always improving, so like, it might be more expensive to run validators, but like that hardware is always going to get better. So if you write software that improves with the hardware, that you're going to keep scaling, and you might not even have to change your code. A single shared state makes mental load for developers and users easy. Like you don't have to really think about what chain you're on, like where you're going, like what chain you're connecting to, anything like this. It really simplifies the tooling and interfaces for these types of chains because you just have one chain. And there's one chain to rule them all. The bad part is it does really introduce a different set of challenges. Like hardware and physical limitations are insurmountable, like the speed of light, like I said. And one machine is faster than many. So this is something that we're seeing more and more today with like Solana forks and things like that, where like people just want to co-locate nodes together and actually re-centralize previously decentralized chains. Like I think there's like a fork of Solana right now that's actually trying to co-locate validators in data centers just to make it faster. And that's kind of ridiculous. It's like going backwards, right? So again, one chain to rule them all, but in a bad way. So why do we scale via rollups? It's like a proven design, Like Ethereum has been going for a very long time. It's worked. There's a ton of engineering and research going into this. It allows developers to build exactly what they want. It's very expressive, programmable, and it scales out a lot. You can have, Ethereum has, 100 plus rollups now, and it's, working pretty well. And there's fewer centralizing forces due to lower hardware requirements. So you can have like pretty low-powered validators and still scale in this way. But it introduces a massive amount of user and liquidity fragmentation, and there's a ton of, again, time, engineering, money, and effort trying to fix this issue today. It's a difficult paradigm for interface development. We've seen this in Polkadot quite a bit, where we want to present the chain as like one network and to the user, but it's really difficult to help developers understand this. And I think like this is also happening in Ethereum now, where you just want to have like one thing, and the user might not even need to know what chain they're on with like intents and things like that. So interoperability is a core problem of this, and it continues to be like even in chains with like Polkadot, where interoperability is built in from the start, it's still like a little bit more painful. It does introduce friction, and like another issue is economics. So I'll get into this like a little bit more, maybe later. But like the gist of it is that the economics of the relay chain, or the relay chain, or the beacon chain, I should say, needs to be balanced with like the L2's growth. So we're seeing this as an issue where people are worried about the value accrual of the host chain token, like the L1 token. Because the L1 needs to have a strong token in order to back all of the rollups because of economic security. But the value accrual of the L1 token is maybe not straightforward if you have a bunch of rollups that are not using the L1's token as a gas token or aren't really paying the L1 that much for block space and security. So this is kind of an unsolved problem, and I think one of the most interesting things about the rollup approach. And each rollup doesn't have visibility into larger system. Like there's no big shared layer that they can connect to and interoperate within. Does it even matter? This is a good question. Maybe monolithic is enough for today. Like we see that both of these approaches are viable. Like we have monolithic chains doing well, we have rollup chains doing well. But we do want world-scale, future-proof blockchains. And like, do we want to scale with hardware, or do we want to scale in spite of hardware? Like, we don't necessarily want to rely on hardware scaling forever, because we will hit these limitations that I talked about. And more supply of block space likely equals more demand over time. So if we see an explosion of demand for block space, it's likely that we're going to run out if we don't continue to scale. And I don't think that monolithic scaling can get us there. So really what we need is an additive system where larger networks is more capacity instead of having smaller networks that are just faster because they're small. So I want to talk about blobs a little bit as well. More is better, but more expensive. So rollups on Ethereum post blobs in differing frequencies, and like this basically affects how it affects like how much of the rollup you could roll back, and this is kind of like weird to me as a Polkadot person. If you're interested in how the Polkadot model works, I think you should look into it. But like certain rollups on Ethereum only post like once a day or something like that. So their state routes only go there once a day. And blobs are pretty cheap most of the time. Obviously, there's a scaling, like a blob fee scaling mechanism. But a lot of people, when the fees go up, they actually post the blobs less often, just because they want controlled costs. And this is probably going to continue. Like, I don't really see a way out of this, where chains will actually willingly pay more. There definitely are some that will willingly pay more, but I don't think all of them will do this. And it's like, it's hard to know how that's going to go. So there's also this concept of the L1 having premium block space, which means that it can't really compete against these rollups because they're always going to be cheaper due to the way that they're architected, right? So right now, Ethereum is more expensive, but people still like using the Ethereum L1 because it has this sort of premiumness to it, because Ethereum doesn't have fully shared security. And so if you want the security of the Ethereum L1, you use the L1, and you do pay more for that. But if it did have shared security and all things were equal, why would you pay more for the L1, right? Like, you would just use an L2. So this is kind of another issue. But let's try something completely different. Let's combine the best bits of all of this. So let's combine native rollups, which inherit the full L1 security, with like STF verification, use decentralized sequencers, shift the L1 execution to a rollup. Casual users wouldn't even know about this if you did it properly. And make sure you have completely decentralized governance, so there's no further trust assumptions. So we're saying that, you know, all of this, like all of the rollups, are going to be exactly as secure as the L1. And Polkadot does this. This is just for illustration. Polkadot basically has native rollups. Thank you, Sean, for the slides. Shared security as well. So Polkadot has completely shared security. And that's pretty unique. So like every single rollup is just as secure as the L1 on Polkadot. And so this is why we can do something like this, which is a radical vision, which actually Vitalik mentioned in a recent blog of his, where an extreme version of like taking the execution out of the L1 is you could actually move the EVM to a rollup in order to get this level of performance, increased performance. And I find this really interesting because this is something that Polkadot is actually doing today. So this kind of thing is going to be live this year on Polkadot. We are actually moving all of the execution and the user level stuff, like balances, staking, et cetera, onto a rollup. And so then we get all the performance benefits of a rollup, but we can just move it, and then the relay chain or the beacon chain just does nothing. All it does is consensus and secures all of the other rollups, but we get security and stuff for free. So I think this is like a really good way to do it, especially in a world where, like, when does all this stuff end? Like it's like a horrible like Jenga stack full of stuff. And like all of this stuff where you have to like put different things together in order to make things scale and interoperate and make them secure, I don't think is a good world. And like it's not a developer-friendly world, and it's not a user-friendly world. So yeah, I think that's about it.
Strap in, it's going to be a wild ride. I want to thank Aaron Grafnick from Polkadot, who spoke a minute ago. But next up, we have one heck of a presentation from a good friend of mine, Dan Rodman, CEO of CoUnity. He's not your average on-chain strategist, if you ask me. He's going to be talking about GTC strategy, or go-to community strategy. Big round of applause for Dan.
Hey, what's up, everybody? All right, serious face. Most Web3 projects fail. And not necessarily because of bad tech or branding or marketing. A lot of time it comes down to a lack of a community strategy. Community strategy is an afterthought. This next 15 minutes, I'm going to walk through as much as I can of a GTC strategy to kind of give you a bit of insights here and share a little resource as well at the end. First, I guess, a little bit about me. So, I am the CEO at CoUnity. We're a community strategy agency, as well as running Community Guild at Myosin. My path to community building has been a little bit unconventional. I grew up in BC, Canada, shredding the slopes, skiing, as well as a little bit of a career in professional soccer, as well as getting my paragliding license and doing a bunch of paragliding. So I like the wild, fun side of things for sure. And as for background, I studied as a mechanical engineer and then worked as the head of operations at a robotics distribution facility, got into lots of analytics and things like this. And then throwback then slowly down the rabbit hole into blockchain technology, marketing, and then community. 3 years ago, ETH Denver podcast booth. Then last year, ETH podcast booth. And then yesterday, podcast booth, doing lots of different things around community and marketing and stuff like this. So it's been really, really great. Now, let's get into the GTC strategy. I'm going to start with kind of a comparison to GTM. And everyone's more familiar with go-to-market, right? It's a pretty common thing. Lots of people are talking about all around the conference here, I'm sure. And when you look at comparing the two of these, go-to-market has a bit of a value capture model where you're looking at going after target personas. You're looking at KPIs on like cost per click, conversions. You're bringing someone through like a funnel and a process into making a decision with something. The way that I look at GTC is it is a value creation model where we're looking at creating value and looking at, instead of target personas, it's more community personas. You're looking at how you can pull people into the center of your community. It's almost like a gravitational pull, which I'll get to in a second. Value exchange is like an important part of it. And of course, I'm not saying you should do, GTC over GTM. It's not one or the other. I think, obviously you need to have a marketing component. You need to have both. If you've got both, it's very nice, So a little bit of an analogy, though, to just further build on this. You can think of, oops, I guess we're not, there we go. You can think of the photo on the left there as the go-to-market kind of strategy, where you're kind of fishing. You're looking at what you can do to capture the attention of different people, right? Whereas on the right, you've kind of got an element of a watering hole. I really like the watering hole analogy. Because when you have a watering hole, you're attracting people to it. It's a valuable place. You get a lot of good things there, like this juicy rainbow water, and I've got some fun community things kind of happening around there. You might have some campfires close by to this watering hole where little initiatives and things are going on, right? And so that's kind of a little bit on a analogy component, looking at the two of them, if that makes sense. Now, a model that I really like in the community space that some of you may recognize is the Orbit Love model. And the CEO of Orbit Love, Patrick Woods, he wrote a lot of really good articles. And I actually have to confess, he mentioned GTC. I thought I came up with it myself about 4 or 5 years ago in an article, just taking the torch and trying to push further with it. But this overall model is really great because it is a good example of what GTC is in the element of a gravitational pull. And they measure that on their platform with this thing called love, right? And this is the amount of community engagement or participation that pulls you in towards the center of a community. Because honestly, when you try and think about comparing too much of community to marketing processes, it's not like a linear path. You know, community has this aspect of more of like an orbit in a way that can be different paths as you come down into a community, right? Now, my process in getting into the world of community was deep with the similar ethos of my engineering background. I started with research, and then I went into reverse engineering, right? I had a master's thesis project that I designed a water sampling system for a drone, and that whole project started with a ton of research to see what was out there, and then working backwards to see what I could build. And I kind of take the same methodology when I go into community building. And so I looked at a lot of cool projects, and this is pretty zoomed out, I know, but just to give you an idea of some of the research, I'm a big fan of digital whiteboards and FigJam as well. Looking at like Chainlink, and the blue box on the far left is things the community is doing well in Discord. In the middle is things they're doing well on their website. And on the far right, things they're doing well on social media. And then I looked at Monad and how they did their cult-like community and the meme generator thing on their website and how they rally with that on their Twitter and how they do the roles in their Discord, and learned a lot about that. And then I looked at Arbitrum and what they do with their grants programs and everything there, and learned a lot there. And then one part of me when I was looking at these communities is I was always joining and going through the process of onboarding into them. And I found that that was a really weak link, I feel like, in a lot of projects. GTC is what I like to call like the onboarding experience, or the OX. And this is just a whole bunch of different projects that I would walk through the Discord onboarding and looking at what they do and how I learned a bit about it. And I think like it's one spot where there's a little bit of room for improvement, whereas a lot of people may feel like when you join a community, you know, do they really know a lot about who you are and how to like engage with you? And so for that, you know, I'm looking a lot at community personas. And so mapping out community personas, I think, is really an important thing to do. This is thinking how you look at the thoughts, motivations of these different groups, right? And who they are. And I did a little bit of an ETH Denver example throughout a lot of this deck, and I'll touch more on it. But like, you know, you've got Spork DAO members, you got different maybe delegates of the Spork DAO and bidlers and investors and regenerates and degenerates, right? And knowing a little bit more about these people, and then mapping it into a bit of a funnel process flow for what the community is. Let's see here. I think that's not loading. It's all good. So yeah, on the analytics side, this is where we start to understand a little bit about different community members, right? And there's a lot of different analytics tools we use. And if the question comes about right now, like, oh, which ones of these do you use the most? I use a blend of all these tools, actually, because they each have some specific metrics that they're really good at. There's some examples of some screenshots here with them as well, just to give you an idea. Like, I've actually made, I think, a 44-page report once on a community analysis on a project, and I had tons of screenshots on all these different tools. But the important part about it was really like the insights on the first 2 pages, where you're thinking about, you know, what is the story all this data is telling us? Like, how can we connect some of these metrics from one tool to another tool, right? And what do we do with all this great data and information? Which leads me to one of my favorite frameworks with community-led growth. And this is where I want to touch on that, honestly. Community is not like a specific thing to easily do. Community is very difficult. It's not like step 1, 2, 3, 4. There's a scientific process, I believe, that's super important to do. And it starts in the bottom right-hand corner of this flywheel, which is in initiatives, right? And this is kind of the aspect of like, you really gotta like try shit out. Like, you have to do a variety of different things. And so you come up with a scientific method, in a way, of a hypothesis from this data. You're like, what's the story some of this data is telling us? Maybe if we do an event for this demographic, we can capture their attention and get their engagement, right? And so then we put this campaign out there, this quest or this element or this event, and then we measure this engagement with the analytics. And then we look carefully at like, what did that tell us? Did it do, you know, good or bad? Did it build relationships to the next one? Are we building trust onto the fourth? And then we look at reiterating on that. We go back to the initiatives again, and maybe we tweak a few things on it, try it again, see how it does the next time. Or maybe we scrap it and say, you know what, that wasn't the best one. We gotta do something else creative. Let's move in a different direction. And so this is a really core ethos, I think, of an important part of your GTC strategy, which is focusing on trying out different initiatives, not being scared to really push through things. And I know some initiatives can be difficult with like legal and if you're doing rewards and tokens and stuff like this. And these are just like the games you have to play and you have to navigate, right? But I wanted to share some stuff to help you with this. And to start with, it's looking at gamification mechanics. And mechanical engineer, I'm a big fan of mechanisms and stuff like this. So gamification mechanics, I think, are really cool. I'm not going to explain each and every one of these, but you can tell they're like a little bit self-explanatory. And I would recommend that there's a little book recommendation for you. These came from this book. It's called For the Win, The Power of Gamification. And with game thinking in business, education, government, social impact. It's a bit of a mouthful, but it's a great book. And there's a few key elements in here that I don't even touch on, like the PBL triad with points, badges, leaderboards. These mechanics as well, it goes into a lot of detail. And so using these gamification mechanics, we turn different dials, as everyone might be aware of, when it comes to extrinsic and intrinsic motivators. This comes up a lot when you're like coming up with like quests or campaigns or ways to incentivize people. And that's like a really tough strategy in a way, knowing how much reward to do, because at some point if the rewards go away, then do the people go away, versus how do you get people's passion and intrinsic kind of behavior going on, right? So we created this one doc called our Master Quest Flow. And I'm a big fan of all these questing platforms, and they all have different strengths and weaknesses, right? And you're probably familiar with some of these. I'm sure you've heard of some of these. Zeely's been very popular, Galaxy, and whatnot, right? And they definitely all have an aspect of attracting different types of people to their platforms. I think people may know that like Zeely, oftentimes there is a bit of aspects of airdrop farming and people who go there for these types of things just to do the bare minimum on a quest because then they can get the reward. And this is where we have to play with these dials of these motivators, right? Now what I did though is Domino's a really cool tool that's similar to Zapier with questing flows, and you can add extra verification steps. And then we map out every possible hook and trigger on those stickies to kind of know what are the different things that we can kind of play with to verify more activity throughout a questing flow and things like this. And I drag all these stickies into a little bit of like a flow process for different clients on what they need, right? So yeah, that's that. And so now I'm getting close to wrapping up here, give a little bit of a gift to you guys, And it's with a bit of help from our good friend AI, and it's really something that I found kind of neat. This is called the Community Gamification Grid. And in the next slide, I'm going to send a QR code to share this all to you, so you don't need to worry about that because it's very hard to read, I get that. On the left side here is a Google Word doc with a prompt structure. And it actually is from like a marketing prompt that I went through. That's a system of creating a matrix table. And it's a really great prompt style where you give the AI like an XY coordinate and you label columns and rows. And then you can see here in the video, it comes up with a table on a whole bunch of suggestions for you. And your inputs are, you have to change the stuff in red on what your community is dedicated to, what your mission is, and then you fill in the community personas. And obviously with AI, the more data and the more input you give it, the better results you get. And so if you're using some of those analytics tools and getting those insights, you can pull a lot of that in here into this information, right? And then it just gets you started. I just want to do something to help people on that bottom right-hand corner of the community flywheel, right? This gives you some ideas for community initiatives. I actually did this example with ETH Denver and gave in some of these examples of different ETH Denver personas. And the whole point of it is it gives you some of these ideas are definitely not directly ready to use out of the box, but it gets your brain going. It's not a white page you're looking at. There are some ideas for the ETH Denver stuff around doing like a Builders Hall of Fame in the conference, which I thought that's actually pretty cool. Like, let's highlight some of the hackathon winners from previous years and have a space where they can be highlighted. Like, that brings more intrinsic motivation for then someone else to come and hack. So I thought that was kind of cool. But yeah, that basically brings us to the end here. So would love, if you guys, this is a Telegram group, and if you hop in here, pinned at the top of the Telegram group is the Google Doc, and you can copy that Google Doc, as well as I'm in there with some people from my team at CoUnity. feel free to answer or ask any questions, and we'll be happy to answer them, or reach out to me as well. And yeah, as well, I'm going to be starting to do hopefully more content on Twitter. I've been a lot of busy in the community world, but I realized I need to get my Yap game going and start putting more content out. So yeah, you can find me on Twitter at @DanRodman, and looking forward to any questions from you guys. So appreciate your time.
Smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess, scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, bosom, lace on firewall. I scooped and truce from trash sheets. That's my device. Nullifier sniffing by my clothes too crisp. Mainnet gossips, tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Jot receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. Your private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive chump. Eyes everywhere, match 3 bird phones. Haunteries whisper, king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk dead scene.
Nayo Adeshu, and I am currently the founder and CEO of PseudoCat, which is a gaming and trading platform, which allows you to play, trade, earn, where you can play games and earn money and then eventually trade that. Today I'll be speaking on crypto in Africa. So I'm based in New York City in Lagos, Nigeria. That's where I spend most of my time. And I've built a crypto project built on speculation before. And I've also built projects built on utility. And I think Africa serves as the #1 place for building products that have utility in crypto. And then I think in the US, you have, is probably the best place to build speculation-based crypto products. So I believe Africa is the future of Web3 because Africa is where most of the utility-based crypto applications are coming from. It's not about speculation. It's really about survival. Whether it's in Nigeria, Tanzania, Uganda, Congo, South Africa, there are many builders in Africa who are building in crypto to survive. So the main use cases in Africa for crypto are, first, I would say peer-to-peer payments and peer-to-peer swapping and just payments. So when I set up my Binance account in Africa, I use WhatsApp to purchase USDT. And when I use WhatsApp to purchase from using Binance in Africa, I realized the process of buying crypto in somewhere like Lagos, Nigeria is totally different than buying crypto in New York City, where you can just get a Coinbase account, buy USDC, start swapping immediately. You have to work with third-party resellers to essentially find the price, the amount, the supply of a token you want through a WhatsApp or messaging-based product in Africa and most places in Africa today. Secondly, remittances. Remittances are one of the #1 use cases. So a lot of Nigerians, a lot of Africans, they get money, they work in the US, they work in foreign lands, and they send money back to their mom, their grandparents, there's their little brother, their little sister, and they do that through many different products, and most of those products are charging them 10%, 8% on transaction fees to send money back home. Crypto allows you to do it for 1%. You can send Bitcoin back home. You can send USDC back home, ETH back home, and the transaction fees are a lot less. You have Bitcoin. So Africa is serving as one of the number one places for Bitcoin because there is a huge energy problem where over 300 million people don't necessarily have energy and electricity. And so Bitcoin is becoming a solution to use your electricity to earn Bitcoin to eventually fund or supply energy and electricity to local communities, villages, etc. And so the energy opportunity and the Bitcoin opportunity are best sought out in Africa, and that's why Jack Dorsey was just in Kenya for Bitcoin Kenya, because a lot of the new novel innovations for Bitcoin are going to come from using excess energy to power villages and communities in Africa. Savings and stablecoins. So a lot of people talk about stablecoins. Stablecoins are the number one business model, I guess, in crypto. Nigeria specifically, is one of the highest users of stablecoin. So there's many different apps, there's many different founders, but I would say that stablecoins are used as an inflation hedge because there's many African countries that are suffering from double-digit inflation, so like 10%, 20%. I went to middle school in Nigeria, and it was 200 naira for $1, and today it is 1,000 and 1,500 naira for $1. That's the situation for a lot of people in many different countries in Africa, and stablecoins is a solution for that, along with Bitcoin and purchasing other cryptos. There's payments and microloans and identity. So on the payments front in Africa, we're seeing a lot of different ways to do cross-border payments. So business-to-business payments, agriculture-based payments, a lot of payments that were previously just done through cash. We're finding ways to get these done through crypto rails. And then microloans, there's a lot of projects, a lot of founders, a lot of entrepreneurs in Africa. How they fund their businesses today are through microloans. They're starting to do this through crypto. And then identity. So Ethiopia is kind of leading the way in identity, but because over 50% of Africans are unbanked, identity is relatively new. A lot of people are just coming on to Facebook, Instagram, these other social applications. Identity is another huge opportunity in Africa. So, I believe Africa crypto founders are going to be some of the biggest founders leading the world. Elon Musk is an African crypto founder. There's many other African crypto founders that I think are going to, take the world by storm, doing a lot of cool projects. And I think this is the time to bet on African founders. I believe we saw this meme coin created by the Central African Republic, okay? And we saw the Argentinian meme coin, we saw the Trump meme coin. I think we are going towards an African coin. And I know there's many nations in Africa thinking of dropping their own token for their country, presidents and things like that. And I think there will be a way to have one African coin to unite the 54 countries. It's going to take some time. Okay, so the current economic landscape of Africa right now is that there's 350 million adults unbanked. 1 out of 2 Africans are unbanked. So these people are not in the current financial system. They don't have a Chase. They don't have a Bank of America. They don't have, they don't have the rails to get onto the credit system, the MasterCard Visa system that the U.S. has pioneered. There's inflation, currency devaluation, remittance inefficiencies. The amount of real use cases that African founders are solving for are actually outrageous. The average founder in Africa is working on a stablecoin product right now. Whether it's WhatsApp stablecoin payments, Telegram stablecoin payments, you're seeing things where you're going from your local bank account to USDT or USDC in under 1 minute. But not all of these products are getting the light of day because speculation is really dominating the attention right now. So we saw that Nigeria arrested one of the guys at Binance, and the U.S. also arrested the CEO of Binance. Okay, so we think that some of these African countries are going to become the leaders in regulatory clarity for the entire crypto space. And because a lot of businesses that want to do stablecoins or want to do bridging or cross-chain transactions have to come to Africa, they are trying to figure out regulatory clarity on who to go to, what to partner with, which countries in Africa are going to be lenient. And right now, with Trump in office, I think we're going to see a lot of positivity in the regulatory clarity in Africa going forward. So I think crypto is the number one financial tool for African liberation. So in Africa, the first, financial tool that was really used widely was called M-Pesa. And M-Pesa was a form of mobile money that essentially gave the Venmo founders the idea to do Venmo. And that idea was that you could use mobile phone minutes to transact with others. So there was already ways to essentially use minutes, which you could think of as tokens, to pay for certain things in Kenya, Ethiopia, and many other places. So we think the tools and the ways to get unbanked online have already been solved in Africa. Now it's about bringing this to crypto rails and not just fintech solutions in Africa. So, like I said earlier, stable coins are, an inflation hedge. Crypto remittances, peer-to-peer transactions. And I think one thing that's really important for Africa going forward is having the confidence to build this new financial world we're going into. Africans directly deal with the products of not being able to, you go from Nigeria to Ghana and you might not have the local currency. You go from Kinshasa to the other Congo, right? And you might not have the currency. And those are like two different countries that are literally separated by a river. So Africans have to come together for Africa to make the new rules, the new economic rules for the 21st century. And I think in this decade, that's what's happening. So we did a hackathon 4 weeks ago in Lagos, Nigeria, and we got over 200 applications building different types of NFT marketplaces, stablecoin swap applications, bridging tools, NFTs, and just all types of things. And I think what the hackathon showed us was that there's literally untapped potential, not just in Africans that are going to consume crypto projects, but in Africans that want to build crypto projects. And I think we've seen that the community organization around Africans, specifically, you see Nigerian Twitter, you see all these Twitters where some of the strongest communities in crypto are coming from these African communities. South Africa has a very strong crypto community, and there's going to be ways for the DAOs to form where, whether it's an investment fund DAO to invest in different projects in Africa, or whether it's a hackathon-based DAO, or whether it's a project incubator-based DAOs. There's many ideas that are being explored on the ground, too many to mention, but I think DAOs will find their sweet spot in Africa. So just like some case studies that I've been working on in my time, me and my brother, we run a family office where we invest in sub-Saharan African companies as well as liquid crypto assets. And we're seeing MasterCard partner with ALX, which is a developer community, to build up developers that are building on Stacks blockchain. We're seeing Flow blockchain come in. ETH Nigeria, is developing a presence. We see Solana Super Team kind of developing a presence with Solana Super Team Nigeria, Super Team Congo, Super Team around. So I think where we're heading is that in pretty much any country in Africa, you can find innovation that you never even thought was possible, whether it's from using excess energy to earn Bitcoin to using DPIN to map the roads that are unmapped. I think there's really unlimited opportunity. Google Maps is not fully mapped in Africa. Starlink is also offering a solution as well. And so I think most of the Web3 innovation to come is most of the great ideas I'm seeing are in Africa. Me as an investor and founder, I'm finding a lot of great projects in Africa. And what's important is that they're solving real world problems, problems that are, sometimes about, payment delays and payment contributions and just many types of problems. And then we also see really cool DeFi, NFT, and play-to-earn projects as well. But I think that's closing it up. And if you want to follow up with me, you guys can follow my Twitter or follow my company's Twitter as well at Pseudocat AI, where I just share thoughts on Africa as well as just scaling gaming and trading to the world. Thank you, guys.
Floating fees are burning. ZK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, code permissionless and finalized. Work marmots on the scene, we're gonna bid a little it there. Some tread fibro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games.
Hopefully we have a lot of UX nerds in the audience to join the three of us on stage. But why don't we start with some quick intros, and then we can jump into the topics of the day.
All right, hi everyone. I'm Austin, working in design on a super strong design team of 4 people at Dune, formerly known as Dune Analytics.
Nate Rodriguez. I'm the UX research lead at Phantom. So working on the design team there. Pretty powerful team, so happy to be here.
And I am Amr. I am one of the co-founders of DSpark. We are basically the user testing of Web3. So we've got a panel of cross-section of Web3 users that get to do interviews and surveys for rewards. Cool. Okay. Well, guys, before we dive into more of the spicy questions, why don't we set a bit of a baseline and let's make sure we're all talking the same language by defining what user research is. And maybe the best way to do that is we can start by explaining how it's done in Web 2 and how it has been done in Web 3, at least so far.
Yeah, so, what UX research is really sort of, diving into what users are experiencing, what are their needs, what are their desires, and are we solving the problems that they want to be solved with our product? So what it entails is bringing users in Web 2, you're able to, you have a whole list of emails, you can get a whole bunch of people, you can talk to them, you can put prototypes in front of them, get feedback in that way. So it's a really good way to pass insights on to the design team, to the product team, to make changes that users are actually going to find valuable and useful. So that's how it's done in Web 2. It's a little bit different in Web 3. I don't know if you want to speak to that, Austin, at all, or Web 2 at all.
I mean, to be honest, a lot of the fundamentals are the same. You have, attitudinal research where you understand what people are thinking and feeling, behavioral where you kind of track what people are actually doing, attitudinal. Well, behavioral usually tells you like what's happening. So if you're checking like your amplitude dashboard, and then attitudinal, so getting feedback on Telegram or formal interviews. That's more like why people are doing what they're doing. I don't think there's a massive distinction between Web 2 and Web 3 in that sense. I think the main difference is that users in Web 3 are kind of accustomed to building with you. They've really been along for the journey. So we have like a super engaged group of power users at Dune who, are not shy to give us like immediate feedback whenever we ship anything or if we want to reach out. So just having that like shared builder mentality, I think is honestly the main difference. But a lot of fundamentals I think are the same. So.
Yeah, and I'll just say one other challenge with Web3 is finding the users. So in Web2, there's so many, you get your emails, you get, so much information about people when they sign up for your product. It's a little bit different with Web3. I know DSpark is a product that helps with that, but yeah, it's that's one of the bigger challenges, is getting the right people into these studies and getting the best insights from those people. So that's my biggest challenge at Web3.
And I'll say there's a bit of a double-edged sword I find in Web3, which is that the benefit is, you have objective truth. So when you find the right users, you're not just getting them to sort of self-identify their demographics and their history online. You have their on-chain record, which they can provide via wallets, obviously, and that allows you to validate that the person is exactly in the audience group that you are trying to test for and speak to. But to the point that both the guys made, there's just a different mentality of privacy, and it's a little bit harder to find those people. But when you do, and hopefully we can create like a culture of more and more feedback, to Austin's point, and be able to bridge those two things. Sweet. Okay, so I think everyone's on the same page about what user research is. Let's talk about where things kind of go from here. So Web3 is notoriously daunting for normies to access. Do we think this is a feature or a bug?
I would say it's a feature. I think, to some degree, the complexity is part of the inefficiencies where people are making money. And so I think to some degree it is a bit of a feature. And I think if we really want to move, beyond where we are right now and get really big mass adoption, I think that's something that we need to reconsider. Is that feature worth it? Is the value worth it? Or is it, the growth? So that's my thought.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, I think there's analogies for what we're doing in the Web 2 world a lot, and we don't really acknowledge it. We create like parallel, even language that we use to describe things. And I think it is currently a feature in that, people want this information delta so they can arbitrage it. But if we want the industry to actually grow and to deliver on its promise, rising tide lifts all boats, I think we'd benefit from speaking the same language as people who are like not in our industry. So yeah, that's this. Don't get me started actually on this. Anyways.
I think we should double click a little bit more. So I guess you bring up a good point, right? Is it sort of the the vernacular? Is it a marketing thing that we're just obfuscating the relatively straightforward transactions with a lot of fancy words and phrases, or is it the technical side? It actually is pretty clunky to do most things. The UX is not as seamless as Web 2. So is it a dual problem? Is it one of the two kind of outweighs the other?
I mean, it's definitely both. We're all in crypto, right? We have a language that we speak. There's a certain culture that exists within crypto. So that's one layer of things. And then there's if a lot of us have been in crypto for a long time, and we do things it's not the best UX, but we figured out our ways around it, and we're used to it by now. But when you put it in front of new users, I mean, a lot of people are really confused, and they're really, it's not accessible for a lot of people. And so, yeah, I think it's really important to look at both of these in both of these lenses and see, where are the ways that we can sort of bridge that gap and sort of bridge those users to Web3.
Yeah, I think any time you have a community, that whether it's an organization, a nonprofit, a company, an industry, they're going to develop their own jargon, their own vernacular. So I don't think that's unique to us. But I just think that because of the information arbitrage and maybe this desire to feel like we're in some super secret society that no one could possibly understand, it was a feature for a while because you needed people who were kind of willing to get on the boat and cross the ocean and not know where we're going to end up. And you need to like optimize for a certain type of personality. But I think at this point, the technology's there. And I think now we need to maybe develop a more like streamlined way of communicating to everyone outside our industry. So,
yeah, what it reminds me of a little bit is like, the latest wave of onboarding came from basically people being told by their friends to like buy a bunch of shitters and trade those, and like that's like the lowest friction onboarding process of this cycle, and so maybe that's not a bad thing. That's like an easy kind of on ramp, and then we can work on getting folks to experiment with many other use cases. Yeah, cool. So, okay, so maybe jumping a little bit into the user experience a little bit more. How do you guys think about balancing the level of composability to appeal to both Web3 natives without being too daunting and intimidating for newbies?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's our biggest challenge at Phantom right now is like, we are a pretty, consumer facing, we're for everyone, right? But we also want to, still support the degens and the people that are really, transacting on chain and that are really using various parts of Web3 and are really engaging with that. So we don't want to limit their ability, but we also don't want to expose new users to so much complexity where they're not going to continue, they're not going to make a first transaction, they're going to get really confused. And I've done a lot of research where, I'll put the use case is that people want to buy a token, and just to get that token, you have to understand that you need Solana or Ethereum and you need gas, and it's not super clear for people. And I think that can be a daunting experience, but you also want to give the ability for people that are well versed in Web3 to manipulate the different transactions and do things that they want to do on chain. So yeah, it's really about progressive disclosure to newer users, and as they get more comfortable with it, we can start exposing them to different parts of Web3 and they can sort of feel comfortable with that. But yeah, it's a big challenge.
Yeah, I think it depends on the product, but I'm like full on at Dune at the moment, thinking about solving problems for our data analysts, who we call wizards. And I think a strategy that could work is like a barbell strategy where you have a super accessible side of the product where people can get started, but then you have the other side which caters to your power users where they can really dig into the underlying SQL. They don't want to have some abstraction layer, some GUI, some graphical user interface between them and the code. They just want to see exactly what's there, have full transparency. But I think the worst case scenario is when you get stuck in the middle, if the kind of midwit situation where you are not catering to a new crowd and making it super accessible for, in Dune's case, to write queries, create charts and dashboards and share insights. But you're also not exposing the complexity and giving the power users that transparency that we actually can give them with on-chain data. So I like to think of it as like a barbell strategy and resist the urge to get stuck in the middle and build discrete paths for each type of user. And historically we've been better at catering to our power users, so this is something I'm thinking about, how do we build a more accessible experience for new people.
Yeah, that's awesome. And I think traditionally a lot of, I love the barbell analogy. I feel like that journey though can be often a lonely one. Like people are generally trying to navigate it by themselves. So, platforms like Dune, that's pretty cool because you've got your wizards to sort of, create a bit of a path forward. I don't know, Nate, if you have any thoughts of from your experience talking to users, how do folks go through that journey, that funnel from newbie to degen?
Right. Yeah. It's like a really common story. I'm sure a lot of us relate to this, where you'll have someone who is really knowledgeable in crypto that sort of brings you in. We found a lot of users are brought in through a friend or someone more experienced, and it's sort of like a slow drip. So you start, you get exposed to a major coin, and then you start getting into the meme coin. So it is like an evolution of, once you start understanding things and you're able to understand hey, what's the underlying technology with this? What's exciting about it? And you start realizing that there's a lot more to do on Web3 than what you're initially exposed to. And I think it's important to expose these things slowly, because I think it can be very overwhelming, and like you said, it can be lonely because you're sort of trading by yourself. And I think the value of crypto is it is a really social experience. And so if you are able to connect with people through Telegram and Discords and Twitter and all these different places, it can feel a lot more engaging and a lot less isolating. So.
Yeah, I would say from my experience, like our platform helps connect various different companies to users to speak with, and I find like something that you mentioned earlier is very true, where users in Web3 can be brought into the product development journey from like a very early stage, because you can identify like your would-be power users so early on. You can then get their advice and like bring them along in all iterations, and like that's a really powerful thing that I don't think is really possible without blockchain Rails. So yeah, maybe like an ode to sort of bringing people through the barbell. What's the middle part? I don't know, like the valley of death and the barbell curve. Sweet. Okay, so yes, here's a good one. Okay, so what are some of the assumptions about user behavior that you guys had to unlearn when moving from Web 2 to Web 3? Like what the new patterns that you've discovered, do you think they're unique? Do you think they're sort of like adaptations?
Yeah, I mean, I would say in the beginning, like I said in the beginning, there are so many broken things in the UX of crypto that people are finding workarounds, and it's just really interesting to watch them. And I'm like, hey, how did that feel? And they're like, oh, it's totally fine. But then when I observe them, I'm like, oh man, that took you did this crazy thing where you have to verify contract addresses and do all these things. That's not a good UX. That's not a good experience. So I've definitely seen that, because of the complexity of crypto and that it's not super hidden behind the way Web 2 is, where it's like behind a wall of code, and you can sort of access and look at what's happening in the background, that, it can be, it's just a lot different in how you use the product compared to Web 2, where Web 2 has very clear rails on what you're supposed to do, where Web 3 is kind of unlimited. Like you can do a lot of different things, and you can change a lot of things in crypto. Then you can't really do that in Web 2 as much. So I think that was a big big challenge to sort of like unlearn and then relearn with the crypto Web 3 people.
Oh, does that mean do you do sort of like learning journeys for your users in a different way now? Is that kind of part of the? Yeah,
I mean, it's so different because in Web 2, you use the UX to sort of guide people through, and you use marketing, all these different things where, something like Phantom, we're not in charge of the chains that people are accessing or the meme coins that they're getting involved in. And so we don't really have a lot of control over those parts of it. And so it's a little bit more wild, and it's a little bit, and so we have to think about different user journeys and how people are getting to our product and what their goals are. I would say one, really valuable framework is, jobs to be done framework, where you're really sort of understanding what is the job that this customer is hiring your product to do. And if you focus really good on that, you're able to sort of understand them in a different way. But you have to really, focus on what they're really trying to do, because the product is so complex and kind of weird. It's not simple. And so, yeah, there's definitely all these different journeys that we have to be cognizant of.
Austin, any habits or behaviors that you had to unlearn, relearn, retrain yourself on as moving from Web 2 to Web 3?
Well, just in Web 2, there's so many established benchmarks for quality and experience. So even like my parents, when they encounter a poorly designed, app or website, they have benchmarks for this, and they'll be like frustrated, and they're like, this is like, this is terrible design. Like they don't know anything about it, but they know what looks good. They couldn't tell you why, but they know what's good, they know what's bad, and they won't use stuff that's bad anymore. Maybe unlike even a decade ago, online people would kind of suffer through poorly designed, web apps or apps. In crypto, we have a lot of kind of built-in bad experience, even like gas and like, the time it takes to transact, which we're improving slowly. But I think that up until now, if you think about any ecosystem having, explorers, achievers, social people, I think we've over-indexed, which is a good thing early on in an industry, to over-index on explorers, people that are willing to go along this journey with you, provide feedback. But I think we probably are at an inflection point where we need to be building like the other side of the barbell to make it more accessible for people. We need to start probably benchmarking the design and experience of our products to like Web 2 products. I mean, it's cool to have a expressive loading animation, but ideally, like things go through in a reasonable time frame, for example.
This is all why I always love talking with Austin. He has like great frameworks for everything, the barbell, the explorers, and yeah, it's awesome. And yeah, that, there's an interesting like discussion to be had around sort of intent-based design. Like that's like very easy, I would say, to sort of solve for in Web 2, where you ask the user like what are they trying to accomplish. But in Web 3, the same single transaction could be yielding many different types of outcomes for different types of users. So yeah, does intent-based design, intent-based sort of research, like is that what you guys use day to day? Like how do you drill into what someone is trying to get out of whatever they're doing?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of talking to users, understanding. Like I said, applying frameworks like Jobs to be Done, it really helps sort of center the conversation on an action and a the job that that they care most about. And I think that just really helps sort of like, center how we are going to design the product and, why, we want to make sure we're doing something that is solving a problem. So, we want to make sure that these things are expressly fleshed out. And, I think having different frameworks can really put those in a good position and buy-in for the rest of your team and the rest of your company. Because I think it's also important that the company is bought in with like user empathy. So you're able to sort of let that, permeate through the coders and the data people and design people, so they have an understanding of what they're working on, and that they're working towards something that is going to be valuable for the users.
We're pretty lucky at Dune. We have a lot of traffic. We also have like a really, dedicated group of wizards. And yeah, when we make stuff, they'll tell us what they think of it, which is great. And I think it's a good problem to have. But one of the challenges is to, like getting the signal from the noise. And I've been at Dune for about a year now, so I'm getting better and better at figuring out like where the signals come from, like how to categorize them, when to dig deeper, when to lean on my intuition. But at the end of the day, I think you can get lost in writing complicated features, specs, or using internal jargon. And usually, what people want to accomplish is pretty straightforward. With Dune, like what do they come here for? They want access to on-chain data so they can basically get insights. For like wallets, for example, people probably want to buy stuff and make money. I think sometimes we overcomplicate things, but yeah.
Yeah, and to the point about like looking through the noise, I think with user research, a lot of people think it's about asking the user what they want and then just like hearing what they want and then doing it. There's a lot more to that. It's about observing them. It's about really sort of digging deeper to what they said and beyond what they said and what they're doing, and then sort of matching those two together. So it's really important that you're observing as well as talking to them, because it's you're looking at two different things. People don't want to look dumb, especially if you're using something and you can't figure it out. So a lot of times people will say, hey, oh yeah, it was great, I figured it out. But when you observed what they were doing, it wasn't true. And it's really important to sort of look past that and to really sort of, to look past the noise and to really get that signal that you're looking for.
Yeah, that is an incredible point. Thank you, Nate. And I guess segueing from there, you guys have a ton of experience in separating signal from noise. I think there's a lot of builders out there who want to be talking to users more, understanding users' needs more, designing and building for users more. But it's kind of hard to know how to get that started, get that practice started, what the important pieces are. What would your words of advice be to folks that want to start a practice or amplify it? What are the things to really focus on?
Yeah, I would say talk to your users as often as possible. And I always tell my designers as well that I work with, let's put designs in front of them as early as possible. If it's wireframes, if it's whatever, let's talk to them and let's get this feedback as early as possible. And I think, another way to do that is just to be really engaged. So you want to, you were talking about Telegram. That's a great resource for crypto and Discord channels. But then, I think there's value in doing a little bit more formal research. It doesn't have to be this big, process, but really sort of, writing out a script with a few questions that you can ask the same questions to a handful of people. So you're, getting consistent feedback and you're putting out the right, getting consistent data back. And then also just making sure you're talking to the right people. So I think it's really important to look at your product, who is using your product, and you should talk to those people that fit into that use case. And then similarly, if you're going to go into a new, if you're trying to expand your product to new users, look for that user and talk to them and understand their problems. It's not super complicated, but I think it does take time and effort. So you got to do it. You got to just constantly be engaged with your users, and you'll learn a lot.
Yeah, I would say there's like a landscape of research methods, right? You have, qualitative, quantitative, attitudinal behavior. You can map it on a 2x2. And different research methods are going to fall into each of these quadrants. So, interviews, for example, are going to be attitudinal. If you run a usability test, that might be more behavioral. You're actually seeing what people are doing. And so I think the real art of, conducting research when it comes to design is understanding this landscape and being thoughtful and nuanced about when you decide to use each method. So for example, if you're just starting off a project or you're about to kick off like a big feature, you might want to run some like interviews and actually talk to people, do more like generative research. But sometimes it's not worth the time. Like if you're just like shipping a small feature and it would take more time to go out there and set up this long study, if you have a strong intuition, just build it, ship it, and then see what people do with it. And then if it doesn't work, kill it. So I mean, when you're running, when you're in this game, I mean, time is money. So I think understanding the different methods, thinking strategically about like when to deploy them, and then meeting people where they are. So like in crypto is Telegram, right? So everyone's on Telegram. You talk to people, and then also have people at your company who are close to the users outside of the design team. We have some people who are like going back and forth with our customers and with our wizards and data analysts all day, and bringing them into that conversation when we're deciding what to build and how to build it.
Yeah, I love it. Only thing I would add is that I think a lot of people, everyone's super busy. It's hard to like allocate time to one thing versus another. And oftentimes talking to users, even though it's really important, everyone knows it's important, you kind of, falls down the priority ladder. I would urge everybody to reframe the way you think about it, because every hour you spend on talking to a user is probably 5 to 10 hours you could be saving on dev time, right? Because if you build something that people are not going to use or they're not able to use for whatever reason, then you've got to go all the way back and kind of start from scratch. So talking to users, most important thing I think is the message for this panel would sort of leave you with. I think we're like pretty much at time. I guess one last plug. The three of us want to create a user-centric design mafia for Web3. So if anyone's interested in putting our heads together and creating more of a playbook for this space, I think it would be really fun and everyone would benefit. But other than that, thank you to the awesome panelists. These guys are really, really the cream of the crop in Web3. So thanks for joining me. And see you guys next ETH Denver.
Awesome.
Chaos is not compeller, or it's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumor Red Bulls in a row. What you building? A singularity jukebox. young as each block mined down. Professor Waze got the future on spinball. Urging notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Waze got the future on spinball. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Throwing me mad, but mad's just a beta test for Boodle. Oh, Pete Jobs got you. 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 We're biddlers, not just dreamers. On-chain truth, no middle schemers. Forking hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. DAOs are voting, vibes are flowing. Buff-eyed corns are still a-growing. While the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last. And the hurt bubble, watch it crash. But we don't need your central banks, 'cause regen biddlers stack in stacks. For we bid let this city on sports and chains. We bid let this city with regen brains. We bid let this city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Whale pools floating, fees are burning. ZK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, code permissionless and finalized. Fork marmots on the scene, you know we're gonna bid a little it there. Some tread fibro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games. We just launch and stake on chain. Go, we pay let the city on sports and chains. We pay let the city with regen brains. We pay let the city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. If you fade it, just stay seated. The etherverse will leave you heated. We don't need your legacy, 'cause regen memes are brew upgrade. Big let the city on sports and chains. We big let the city with regen brains. We big let the city on sports and chains. Rolling up and slapping chains. She's a Colorado Comet in code forged steel. Wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's if your chain's choking Ethernet whiz. Found her at a bully hook sucking down APIs. Armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagrange drools over slow motion doom. Grind. Her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, shooby-doo-bop crack. Ooh, that lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bluff the corn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Da-da-da-da. its architect. With the buffercorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Up to do-do, with for do-do, with for do-do, with do, with do-do, do-do, you ordered a moonwalk across gas feed graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess. Scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, goes a mace on firewall. I scooped and truce from trash sheets. That's my device. Nullify a sniffing by my clothes too crisp. Mainnet gossips, tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Got receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. You private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive jump. Eyes everywhere, match 3 burner phones. Haunteries whisper, king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk dead scene. Get it up to the entropy. Mace cracked vaults like who's got the keys? Nullifiers huffing, you're just a rat with his firewall splinter to confetti bits. I'm curating leaves at the after party, sipping TLS tears. Call me well connected, I call it guitar slide. Guitar slide. Coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti. They rock on PI. Get homemade in 7/4 time. Shaboom, dose, efficiency pulse. The lad runs lagging in his latency sub. Professor Wade's got the future on spinball. Urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Wade's got the future on spinball. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. Crypto notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the board fins, they cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Wade's got the future on spinball. Urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Wade's got the future on spinball. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Chaos is not compeller, or it's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI, nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prop? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso straight through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs dial-up found. Age, old as speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Wade's got the future on spinball. Urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Wade's got the future on spinball. Plugging tomorrow test for Boodle. Just dreamers, on-chain truth, no middle schemers, forking hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. DAOs are voting, vibes are flowing, buff-eyed corns are still a-growing. While the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last, and the hurt bubble, watch it crash. But we don't need your central banks, 'cause regen biddlers stack in stacks. For we bid let the city on sports and chains. We bid let the city with regen brains. We bid let the city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Whale pools floating, fees are burning. ZK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, code permissionless and finalized. Fork marmots on the scene, you know we're gonna bid a little it there. Some tread fibro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games. We just launch and stake on chain. Go, we bid let the city on sports and chains. We bid let the city with regen brains. We bid let the city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. If you fade it, just stay seated. The Etherverse will leave you heated. We don't need your legacy, 'cause regen memes are proliferate. Bid let the city on sports and chains. We bid let the city with regen brains. We bid let the city on sports and chains. Rolling up and slapping chains. She's a Colorado Comet in code forged steel. Wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's if your chain's choking Ethernight whiz. Found her at a bullet hook sucking down APIs. Armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagron drools over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco ball, fracturing legs, grass, shooby-doo-bah crack. Ooh, that lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a Bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Da-da-da-da. Stay-doo-doo-doo, boo-boo-doo-doo-doo. Alliance architect with a buffercorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Up to do with for do with for do with do with do with do 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 do.
I hope that everyone already knows about Wallet Connect. If you don't know about Wallet Connect, I can tell you very simply that it connects wallets. That's why we named it like that. But I think more importantly, Wallet Connect has been focused on bringing a better user experience. And it's kind of funny that, like I've been building Wallet Connect for so long, and Wallet Connect has been so many things. And now my role is like as the director of the Wallet Connect Foundation, because we now have the Wallet Connect network, and we also have the Wallet Connect token. But there's like a much bigger vision that we are building here. And I chose this title purposely to be Less Wallets, More AI, because I thought it was quite interesting that we actually are talking about having less wallets when Wallet Connect is all about wallets. And actually, I can see that you guys don't see any slides, which is also very interesting. Why is that? So yeah, this talk is about less wallets, more AI, and how the future of Web3 is actually going to change a lot. And Wallet Connect exists because there's so many diversity of wallets, and it provides that interoperability. But I actually believe that there's a future where we're still going to have a lot of wallets, but wallets will be less part of our lives as we currently have. And the reason for that is because when you think about it, why do we even need wallets? Is because the way it's actually designed is that the blockchain requires you to always sign or authenticate the transactions with your wallet device. And in the past, if you think about Web2, in the server, you had the authentication module. And this authentication module is basically where you put your email and password, and that gives you access to all the things in the server. But in the Web3 world, you actually have the wallet actually control all of your actions, and it becomes part of this triangle where, for every action the app wants to take, you need the wallet to actually authorize it. So we all gotten used to the fact that you connect your wallet and then you actually have to sign for something. But ideally, we would like to take less steps, because if you want a superior experience, less clicks is more. Because right now, in order for you to use Web3, you need to have like multiple steps. Like, yes, there's the onboarding part, but even if you already have assets in your wallet and you just want to try different applications, you always have to sign every transaction. So I would like to see a world where you connect your wallet once and you forget, and then you just remove the signature part. So imagine the signatures just happen somewhere else, or it just by magic, you don't need to sign anymore. And this brings us to what I think is a big problem in the user experience, that is, you have an app that is built on a blockchain and the wallet gets in the way. And when I say less wallets, it doesn't mean that there will be less wallets. It means that we need less wallets being involved, and somehow we actually will have AI take over. So how is AI going to take over the wallet part? There's this new concept called smart sessions. And if you think about what a session is, every time you log into your Facebook account or to Twitter, like you're actually creating a session, and that session says, I am this individual, and then I can take certain actions. But in Web3, you connect to your wallet, and the session says, you are this individual, but every time I want to do something, I'm going to ask for your permission. So a smart session is where you actually don't need to take an action from a user perspective. So the smart session is actually removing the amount of approvals that is necessary. So you actually have, for example, you want to connect to Uniswap, and Uniswap says you can use this app with the amount of, like, I don't know, 1,000 USDC for 30 days, and then from then on, all the actions can just happen automatically. Like, you don't even have the wallet involved in the process anymore. And this is something that we've been developing for over a year in partnership with other wallets like MetaMask, Coinbase, Trust Wallet, and other partners of the Wallet Connect network. And the goal here, as I said, is like to have like less user approvals. So every time you use Web3, you don't have to like constantly have to like click these pop-ups, and hopefully you increase the number of actions that you take, because if you have less wallet pop-ups going in your face, then you can actually take more actions. It becomes a little bit more like interesting and interactive, and even some of those actions don't need to be taken by you. So we actually are empowering AI agents to automate things and actually do things for you, because the session essentially what it's doing is allowing the user to define certain policies. And these policies could be just spending power, like you can use these NFTs and these tokens for a certain amount of time, or it could be even more granular policies where you can only use certain smart contract actions and you can only do a certain specific action. So let's go over some examples of what that would look like. Like, for example, we all know like AI agents that you can talk to, and this example is quite simple. We built this to kind of just demonstrate what smart sessions can do. But in this case, I basically just talk to this AI agent and it says, hi, I would like to swap 100 USDC, 100 ETH for USDC, and it just did it. Like, it didn't actually need me to do anything, because within the policy, I actually had already a certain allowance that can be spent by this AI agent. But this is still a very interactive experience. So I'm talking to the agent, and the agent is taking actions as I'm speaking to it, and I don't need to approve the wallet to actually, make these transactions, but I am talking and giving instructions to the AI to do it. Imagine a scenario where it's a little bit more automated. Imagine you actually have, for example, dollar cost averaging. You want this AI agent to, for 100 USDC every week for 52 weeks, which is a year, to basically buy ETH. Now, you actually gave a very specific policy to this AI agent that can essentially act on your behalf of your wallet, and it will just do these orders. And you almost think of it, oh, this is like a centralized exchange, right? But it's not. It's actually almost like an assistant. Like, you want your wallet to do these things for you without having an actual needs to get out of the way. Like, the wallet's purpose is to allow you to control it, but not necessarily to be annoying you to actually. Imagine if you had this AI agent without smart sessions, it would be like an email comes to you and says, go and approve a transaction or something. It would be incredibly annoying and wouldn't actually achieve the goal, which is actually for you to just live your life and actually have certain actions taken for you and make sure that you have the best experience. And it doesn't stop there, because obviously the first thing you could think of is like, one of the reasons Web3 gaming hasn't really taken off is because you always have like this friction with Web3, and with smart sessions, for example, you could play Pong, and for every action that you actually take in the Pong game, it would be actual sign transaction on the blockchain, and the smart session would completely abstract you from it, because you connect your wallet once, you play your games, and all of these agents are actually like signing transactions for you based on the activity. And I think this is where like AI gets really interesting, because we always think of AI as like purely assistants, but it also means that we actually are automating our lives, and we actually have like them working in our favor. And like today hasn't been a great day, but I kind of just wanted to put it out there. But like one big part of like Web3 is also trading, and trading can be really intense and very high frequency. And imagine if you actually have to like take actions like and approve every time. Like, if you actually have a smart session, you could do so much more. And you could actually like build better user experiences for exchanges, especially decentralized exchanges, because a lot of decentralized exchanges benefit from having bigger customer base, just because decentralized exchanges are just not as fast or as inconvenient as possible. And smart sessions actually give a chance for decentralized exchanges to have a very competitive advantage to centralized exchanges. So I think we touched on a lot of different topics of what we can actually do, but most importantly, this also touches the developers' lives, because with smart sessions, you're actually allowing more use cases, but also you're simplifying the lives of developers. imagine a day where you can actually have someone build an e-commerce website or even like a platform that has a subscription, and they only allow you to connect your wallet and then basically create a subscription. And now their own developer experience has improved because now they don't have to think about, I have to do this pop-up to this user, and then this user needs to think of some way that every month it has to come back to my app to pay for the subscription. Like, these things we never had the capability to do before, but thanks to Smart Sessions, we can actually have truly like monthly subscriptions on chain. And I think that's super powerful. Like, I hope that I've really sold that Smart Sessions are really the future, and it's going to really change how we actually think about wallets, because before we had the wallets in the middle, and then we had like the app not being able to do as much as it could do in the blockchain, and we basically just need the AI to take over. And the way this is actually going to look structured is that the AI is the middleware between the blockchain and the application, but it doesn't mean that like we have less wallets. Like, the title was a little clickbaity. Like, we're going to have a lot of wallets. It's just the wallets will get out of the way of the user experience, because the wallet is going to authorize a session, which is going to be a smart session, and that's going to empower the AI to actually build a better experience and create more automation for you, such that the app can now build better use cases like we saw with dollar cost averaging, gaming, or even just better decentralized exchanges. So this is what Smart Session can make. And it's very important for us at the Wallet Connect network, because 3 core values for us is that wallets bring more choice to users. It's not about you having to have like one big bank. It's about you keeping control, because the wallet still controls the session such that you can revoke those powers and still stay in control. And composability, because we don't want like one app to win them all. We don't want like embedded wallets to essentially like aggregate all users into one application. We want wallets to just be able to interoperate with everything in the internet, so that it creates more diversity and people can just like have fun and explore. And this is like very important for the mission of Wallet Connect, because we keep thinking about how can we make a better wallet experience. Yes, Wallet Connect has existed for 7 years, and we've been building a lot of core infrastructure. We have to start thinking about how we can actually reinvent how wallets function. And one of the things that sometimes I feel like is very cumbersome is that like it almost feels like we're working to be on chain. It's like it takes a lot of work. It's a learning curve, and there's a lot of steps. And this should be improving our lives. You shouldn't be like working to be on chain. If anything, it should be the other way around. Like, on chain should be working for you. Like, so we need to still keep the control of where the wallet actually is the piece of infrastructure that allows you to say that I'm a self-sovereign individual, that I own my assets and I participate on chain, but I'm still lazy and I want to have fun and I want the blockchain to work for me. And thanks to Smart Sessions, I think this is going to be a very pivotal moment. And Wallet Connect is in the forefront, working with all of these major wallets, making sure it's a reality. So, thank you.
Got the future on spin, bugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. Crypto notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the board fins, they cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Way's got the future on spin, urging notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spin, bugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Chaos is not compeller. Order's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair.
I'm Manu, and I've been working within the pop-up city space for the last 1.5 years. And I want to just talk a little bit about like the rise of pop-up cities. Who knows what a pop-up city is? Any of you? can you tell me very quickly what a pop-up city is?
It's like a short-term, month-long gathering of people from different spaces and just experimental. Yeah.
Okay, so let's say a gathering that is longer than a conference, that usually is like more than a month, and that it has a group of people that are coming and living together and experiencing together. Right now, this has become very popular thanks to the idea of the network state. A lot of people were talking about these new ways of people coordinating and so on. But yeah, in reality, if we think about this, the history of pop-up cities, it's not really new. It's actually something old, something really ancient. We humans, we used to be nomadic. We used to come from one place to another, travel with the intention of finding natural resources or finding any other form of resources. And we will create these establishments or like these little, let's say, places where we will come together to live. And then we have also seen it with, let's say, with tribes. We have seen it also with, let's say, lately, with humans just coming together for a specific reason. Some people would consider, let's say, Burning Man being a pop-up city as well, even though it's not, let's say, for a month long or stuff like that. But it's just like a group of people that are coming together to live and experience something together. So yeah, it's not really, really new. We have seen in the crypto space this new rise of pop-up cities just because people have the intention of creating spaces where they can hopefully collectively own and collectively govern. And why I'm mentioning this is because in any form of, let's say, society, there's a form of governance. Initially, in most of these old pop-up cities, when we had tribes, the way that people would govern themselves was using this coordination mechanism that we call gossip. And this coordination mechanism, after a certain number of individuals in these societies, basically doesn't work really well. And that's why we created, let's say, new forms of governance in these new, let's say, societies. But yeah, what I want to talk a little bit about is like the dichotomy in these new forms of governance within our society. Let's say, I think that lately I've been trying to express it as we humans, how would I say? We humans are like traumatized when we talk about collectivism. Why we're traumatized when we talk about collectivism is because the experiences that we have had in terms of collectivism have been very oppressive most of the time. And when I talk about oppression, I mean like in communist societies or in socialist societies, let's say most of the time, the people in power end up suppressing the rest of the people and they end up capturing, let's say, most of the governance themselves. But also, if we think about capitalistic societies, the same thing happens, but in a different way. In capitalistic societies, power is concentrated not as in communism in the state, but it's concentrated on money. And basically creating, let's say, new forms of governance where money is basically leading what is being dictated for the society. So why I'm bringing this up is because in the crypto space, a lot of us talk about creating forms of collective governance. We talk a lot about creating forms of collective ownership. But we're still, as I said before, we're still traumatized with this idea of collectivism. due to very good reasons, due to like bad experiments or like things going wrong in most of these, let's say, experiments that have been tried. And when I say try and I do like this quote, it's because essentially the forms of collectivisms that we have seen have been a form of using a lot of propaganda, using a lot of language in order to hypnotize people in this idea of collectivism. But in reality, most of the time, what ends up happening is like the people in power and oppressing the, let's say, and oppressing the society in general, and they end up capturing most of the value and end up concentrating most of the resources. So that's why we are still a little bit traumatized. I would say we are very traumatized when it comes to like this idea of collectives. However, with the rise of crypto networks, we have started to see how we can collectively own the networks. We can collectively own the spaces that we're creating. So I'm mentioning all of this is just because the rise of pop-up cities have started to make us think more about governance, more about how we interact as a network, how the network is owned, how the network is shared. But I have to say that I'm quite disappointed with most of the pop-up cities that I've been to, because most of them, they don't really want to talk about governance. They don't really want to talk about how to distribute power. And to me, it's like not being necessarily honest with themselves and not being honest necessarily with the people that are attending to these pop-up cities. Like pretending that we are a community, but in reality, it's actually people capturing power and not necessarily talking about like the ways of distributing power. So we're recreating the same bullshit that we're trying to escape. Which to me is like, how can we do better? How can we create really like collective systems that care about humanity, freedom, and that care about like the important aspects of living that for me is freedom. I think that most of these network states, pop-up cities, or whatever they call, must end up not necessarily caring about the individual or about the people that are living there, but most of them just end up caring about their pockets. So how the heck do we create a new system that actually empowers the people that are part of these pop-up cities, part of these different experiments? And yeah, that's what I wanted to bring up in terms of like, let's say the beginning of this movement of pop-up cities, which is basically since we were a tribe, and to now what it is, this new idea. Obviously, like we're creating these new terms like network state, pop-up city, and blah blah blah, just because we want connection. We want human connection. We want to live with other people. We want to experience what is living as a collective. Because in the current society that we live in, where we have religion and we have the state, like religion and the state, they have created this idea in our mind that a male and a female come together, they procreate and they create a family, and that's the nucleus of the family. That's like the traditional way of thinking. However, like if we think about tribes, the nucleus of the family is not the male and a female coming together. The nucleus of the family is the whole. Like the tribe is the nucleus of the family, like the tribe is the family. But the thing is that the state and religion and all of these structures, they have created this way of dividing us, so we cannot communicate, we cannot create like ways to relate. But we want that. Like we humans, we want that. We want to connect. We want to be together. We want to experience things together. So I think that that's why it's becoming so popular, these new terms like pop-up cities and network states and so on. It's just literally because we want to connect. We want to live with other people. We want to experience, let's say, something different from what we've seen. And we're hoping, a lot of us, we're hoping that cryptocurrencies and DAOs and all of these new concepts will help us to coordinate and will help us to liberate from these structures, these power structures that most of the time end up in imperialism, end up in like oppression and so on. And yeah, that's what I wanted to talk to you guys about. I have only 2 minutes left. Open for any question or anything that you guys wanna share. Anyone has any question?
Hi, thanks for the talk. What would you say is the best example of a pop-up city that has happened that you've seen or been at that exemplifies those values you were talking about?
Well, I might be biased because I've been working in the space creating pop-up cities. I still think that there's not really like a perfect example yet of what I would like to see. I think that one of the examples that we have put in practice has been before actually coming together, creating the basis of what the pop-up city is and what is it about and what are the values. What are the, let's say, when I say values, I mean like the principles, what are the things that are uniting us. Because most of these pop-up cities, they're living in the air. Like they're not even talking about it. So they're like, okay, we're just gonna come together and we're gonna come up with these values. But that doesn't enable people to come and align themselves. So I think like the best examples have been like the pop-up cities that before they're created, they have a clear understanding of what their values are, what is it that they're intending to do, and not just leave it in the air for people's interpretation, because that's how people get captured, with a lot of propaganda and a lot of like name calling or like creating like new terms. So yeah, I still haven't seen anything that I feel this is like genuine and it is like coming from a place of love and not like from a place of fear, because most of these networks that are being created are with the mindset of fear and trying to separate themselves from the state and from the nations and so on. But yeah, I still haven't seen anything that I would say, damn, I want to be really, really part of this shit. Anyone else? Any other question? All right, that's it for me.
She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel, wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's, if your chain's choking ether Nyquist. Found her at a bullet hutch sucking down APIs, armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagrange drools over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, shooby-doo-bah crack. That lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bluff accordance grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Da-da-da-da. Da-do-do-do, boo-boo-doo-doo-doo. its architect. With the buffercorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Up to do-do, with a do-do, with a do-do-do, with do-do-do-do-do-do. You ordered a moonwalk across gas feed graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess. Scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, goes a mace on firewall. I scooped and truce from trash sheets. That's my device. Nullify a sniffing by my clothes too crisp. Mainnet gossips, tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Job receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. You private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive chump. Eyes everywhere, that's 3 burner phones. Haunteries whisper, king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk dancing. Head it up to the entropy. Mace cracked vaults like who's got the keys? Nullifiers huffing, you're just a rat with these firewall splinter to confetti bits. I'm curating leaks at the after party, sipping TLS tears. Call me well connected, I call it.
Guitar slide. Guitar slide.
Coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti. They rock on PI. Get homemade in 7/4 time. Shaboom, dose, efficiency pulse. The lad runs lagging in his latency sub. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. Crypto notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the board fins, they cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Chaos is not compeller. Order's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI? Nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prop? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso straight through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs dial-a-phone. Old speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Bugging tomorrow test for Boodle.
Just dreamers, on-chain truth, no middle schemers, forking hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. DAOs are voting, vibes are flowing, buff-eyed corns are still a-growing. While the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last, and the hurt bubble, watch it crash. But we don't need your central banks, cause regen biddlers stack in stacks. For we bid let the city on sports and chains. We bid let the city with regen brains. We bid let the city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Whale pools floating, fees are burning. CK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, code permissionless and finalized. Fork marmots on the scene, you know we're gonna bid a little it there. Some tread fibro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games. We just launch and stake on chain. Go, we bid let the city on sports and chains. We bid let the city with regen brains. We bid let the city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. If you faded, just stay seated. The etherverse will leave you heated. We don't need your legacy, cause regen memes are proof of brain. Bid let the city on sports and chains. We bid let the city with regen brains. We bid let the city on sports and chains. Rolling up and slapping chains.
She's a Colorado Comet in code forged steel. Wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's if your chain's choking Ethernight whiz. Found her at a bully hook sucking down APIs. Armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagron drools over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, shooby-doo-bop crack. Ooh, that lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a Bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Da-da-da-da. Stay-doo-doo-doo, boo-boo-doo-doo-doo. Alliance architect with the Bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. decentralize this. She smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Up to do with for do with for do with do with do with do 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 do. You ordered a moonwalk across gas feed graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess. Scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, bosom, lace on firewall. I spooked and truce from trash sheets. That's my device. Nullifier sniffing on my clothes too crisp. Mainnet gossips, tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Got receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. Your private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive chump. Blood eyes everywhere, not just 3 bird phones. Haunteries whisper, king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk dead scene. Bend it up to the entropy. Mace cracked vaults like who's got the keys? Nullifiers huffing, you're just a rat with As firewall splinter to confetti bits, I'm curating leaps. At the after party, sipping TLS tears. Call me well connected, I call it
Guitar slide. Guitar slide.
coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti. They rock on PI. Get homemade in 7 for time. Shaboom, dose, efficiency pulse. The lag runs lagging in his latency sub. Professor Wade's got the future on spin, boy. Urging notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Wade's got the future on spin, boy. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. Crypto notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the board fins, they cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Wade's got the future on spin, boy. Urging notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Wade's got the future on spin, boy. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Chaos is not compeller. Orders just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI, nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prof? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso stream through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs dial up found. Old as speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Wade's got the future on spin, boy. Urging notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Wade's got the future on spin, boy. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. test for Boodle. Just dreamers, on-chain truth, no middle schemers, forking hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. DAOs are voting, vibes are flowing, buff-eyed corns are still a-growing. While the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last, and the hurt bubble, watch it crash. But we don't need your central banks, 'cause regen biddlers stack in stacks. For we pity let this city on sports and chains. We pity let this city with regen brains. We pity let this city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Whale pools floating, fees are burning. ZK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, 'cause permissionless and finalized. Fork marmots on the scene, you know we're gonna bid a little it there. Some tread fibro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games. We just launch and stake on chain. Go, we pity let the city on sports and chains. We pity let the city with regen brains. We pity let the city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. If you fade it, just stay seated. The ether verse will leave you heated. We don't need your legacy, 'cause regen memes are proof of brain. Big let the city on sports and chains. We big let the city with regen brains. We big let the city on sports and chains. Rolling up and slapping chains.
All right, hey everyone. I didn't know I'd be on the whale stage, but I guess I'm a whale now. Maybe I already am. I don't know. So I'm going to talk about a few things, just kind of introducing like what Ink is, why we did this, who we are, what the hell we're all about, why there's maybe another L2 on the stage, and like why you would want to build with us and why you'd want to go take some Kraken clients and use your applications. So a little bit about me. That's my Twitter, AK47 Inc. That's my Telegram. Please reach out. I try to reply to everything. If I don't get to you in a few days, bug me again. I will get to you. And so Kraken, it's a really weird story getting into this. We've always been at the edges of crypto. We've kind of always just listed coins and kind of made markets and did our thing. But internally, we all like, there's a lot of us that get paid with crypto. There's a lot of us that were in early mining. I think all of us are terminally online and terminally on chain. So we're constantly at the edges of crypto, but we never really applied it to anything in business. It was always just, listing coins, moving on to the next thing. So we had to kind of experiment and figure out like how we're going to bring Kraken on chain and evolve the company. At our core, we're traders, cypherpunks, and freedom activists, and we think this applies very heavily to an L2. Freedom activist means we give a lot of money to like the people doing, I don't know, the Canadian truckers. We gave a lot of money to them. We really want crypto to be used for what crypto stands for, and allowing people to give their politically oppressed opinions out there. So another fun example I like to include, probably hits home to a few of you here, but this is the chat logs from the DAO hack. A little hard to read, but you can see at the top, that's where Vitalik was saying, okay, can you guys stop trading? And then we have a nice little highlighted box here, which is our co-founder, Jesse, in true Kraken fashion saying, okay, I understand the case for withdrawals, but I don't understand the case for trading. And so this is like very core to us, just to enable the free markets and let people decide what's happening during a hack. We're not going to really disable something. One cool example of this was the Luna implosion. We made a market for Luna 2, and we just let Luna 1 just stay there, let people trade it. So again, this is why we want to do an L2, to bring this freedom to the world and let people decide how they want to spend their finances. So early on at Kraken, for trying to figure out like how we're going to go on chain, we were experimenting with some ZK proofs, trying to issue ZK proofs to all clients to make some permissioned pools, maybe like some verification stuff. We were experimenting a little bit with private payments. This was over like a year and a half ago, well before we decided to do an L2. And it was just us trying to figure out like what kind of applications can we make. We have 14 million clients. We need to get them on chain. Not many of them withdraw from Kraken and use on-chain products. So we felt like, okay, let's try to make some of our own, see what happens. But it didn't really take off. So it kind of made sense for us to build our own ecosystem and then deeply integrate into the exchange with these 14 million accounts. And a little bit more on the deeply integrate part. It's something very core to us. Again, like 14 million clients, nobody's withdrawn from Kraken to go on chain. They need to do it. So we have this saying internally that we really want to build the bridge and then burn it the hell down. We're in kind of like this awkward spot as a centralized exchange where we're not really TradFi. We're kind of like in the middle where we interface with TradFi applications. And again, we really want people on chain, make that bridge, make it a seamless connection, and then figure out how to bail out of the system and ensure that nobody really understands or sees that there's a transition from Kraken off-chain to on-chain. One thing that's, this is a fun example because this is very core to our ethos. This is the dissenting quote from Commissioner Crenshaw when the Bitcoin ETF was being decided. A lot of people love the ETFs. I don't really like them because I think it's antithetical to crypto. But that bold statement, why is there so much energy being expended on linking the existing financial system? Even though she hates us, and I don't think she really liked crypto, it's kind of a base statement to say, like, why are you spending so much energy doing ETFs when aren't you guys supposed to destroy this thing? So we want to do that. Another thing we're paying attention to is, this is probably data that you all know, over $2 trillion have flown through DEXs, and then we had an all-time high in this DEX to SEX spot trade volume in January. So we pay attention to that, everybody pays attention to this, and it aligns with our ethos of figuring out how to tear down Kraken at the end of the day. Okay, so it made sense for us to build our own ecosystem, deeply integrate this into the exchange. So what does this mean? This means that at Inc. we're making products that don't feel on-chain. We really want it to be like you're in a centralized experience. There should be like a seamless transition. You shouldn't feel that you're doing anything different from using a central order book to a decentralized order book. The private payment applications, very core to us. We have a lot of experiments we're doing right now where, again, like I don't want people to know that I'm buying ammo. I don't want people to know that you bought 100 donuts or something and engorged on them, like whatever it is, we need to be able to offer private payments from a centralized entity, and I think we can do it in a nice, safe way. Another really appealing thing, if you're building on Ink, is the shared off-chain and on-chain liquidity. We have very deeply liquid central order books, and we're constantly experimenting with how we can bridge the gap between these two worlds and make it feel extremely seamless. And so you don't really have to worry that if you're tapping into the off-chain liquidity, it's like this separate flow. It's just all kind of seamlessly integrated. And then the biggest one we've been talking about lately is this concept of like a cypherpunk neobank. So if we're making products that don't feel on-chain, private payments, offering financial products that are typically reserved for like the 1% on Wall Street in our own way and with our own Kraken ethos, then hopefully we achieve some kind of cypherpunk neobank, and it's kind of like this one-stop shop experience where, again, you don't feel that it's any different than something off-chain. What, for the audience, what percent of Kraken clients, and there's 14 million accounts, have actually withdrawn and done something on-chain? Does anybody have any guesses? 10%? It's close. Only 20% of those 14 million have actually done something on-chain. So a lot of people just buy and hold. They sit there. I don't know what the profile of those clients are. But again, that's kind of why the ETFs piss me off a little bit, because I think crypto kind of turns into like this, I don't know, just an investment vehicle that you sit on and you don't actually participate on-chain. So hopefully Ink can change that, and if anybody's building in the audience, you can build with us and tap into those clients. So to us, building on Ink means that you apologize to no one, you build transparently, and you already have product market fit. I think the PMF part is something that crypto struggles with, and it's some kind of weird existential thing. You build something really cool, you don't know if people are going to use it. I think just stop caring about it. Stop worrying that people are going to actually use your product, because crypto itself has had product market fit since the white paper. So if we lean into those values and make sure that we're emphasizing those, you already have product market fit. You're going to allow people to transact freely and have fun with their finances. So my kind of final message of this, I'm very early, but it's just a brief intro to Ink, is PvE DeFi can exist. So if anybody's building out there and you want to talk to us, please, let's build experiences. We can make crypto fun again. We have a lot of clients. We have a lot of experience in this space where we're going to drive a lot of dopamine into this, and we can really make crypto fun again and enjoy some video games like our little Pepe there. But that's it from me. That's Ink. If there's any questions, I can run with the mic. If not, we're good. Thank you.
Rockies, high speed, high priestess, scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, bosom, mace on firewall. I scooped and truce from trash sheets. That's my device. Nullifier sniffing by my corpse too crisp. Mainnet gossips, tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Got receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. Your private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive jump. Eyes everywhere, not just 3 burner phones. Haunteries whisper, king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk dead scene. Let it up, the entropy. Mace cracked vaults like, who's got the keys? Nullifier's huffing, you're just a rat with His firewall splinter to confetti bits. I'm curating leaves at the after party, sipping TLS tears. Call me well connected, I call it
Guitar slide. Guitar slide.
coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti. They rock on PI. Toolkit homemade in 7/4 time. Shaboom goes the efficiency pulse. The lag runs lagging in his latency sub. Professor Wade's got the future on spinball. Urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Wade's got the future on spinball. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. Crypto notes flutter like drunk bumblebee. Optimize the board fins, they cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Wade's got the future on spinball. Urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Wade's got the future on spinball. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Chaos is not compeller, or it's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI, nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prop? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso straight through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs dial up found. Age, old speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Wade's got the future on spinball. Urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Wade's got the future on spinball. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Running mad's just a beta test. A bullet or oh, just right to do.
floating, fees are burning. ZK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, code permissionless and finalized. Fork marmots on the scene, you know we're gonna bid a little it there. Some TradFi bro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games. We just launch and stake on chain. Go, we pity let the city on sports and chains. We pity let the city with regen brains. We pity let the city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Just stay seated, the Etherverse will leave you heated. We don't need your legacy, cause regen memes are brew upgrade. We led the city on sports and chains. We led the city with regen brains. We led the city on sports and chains. Rolling up and slapping chains. She's a Colorado Comet in code forged steel. Wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's if your chain's choking Ethernight whiz. Found her at a bullet hook sucking down APIs. Armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagron drools over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, shooby-doo-bop crack. Ooh, that lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a Bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Da-da-da-da. Alliance architect with the Bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Up to do with for do with for do with with do 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 do. You ordered a moonwalk across gas feed graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess. Scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, bosom, lace on firewall. I spooked and truce from trash sheets. That's my device. Nullifier sniffing by my cokes too crisp. Mainnet gossips, tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Got receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. Your private DMs, I'm the dumpster type chump. Blood eyes everywhere, match 3 bird phones. Haunteries whisper king chomp and blockchain bones.
TLS, call me well connected, I call it coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti. They rock on P Island. Get homemade in 7 for time. Shaboom, dose, efficiency pulse. The lad runs lagging in his latency so. Professor Wade's got the future on spin, boy. Urging notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Wade's got the future on spin, boy. Plug in tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. Crypto notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the board fins. They cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hugs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Wade's got the future on spin, boy. Urging notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Wade's got the future on spin, boy. Plug in tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Chaos is not compeller. Order's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI, nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prof? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso stream through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs dial up found. Old as speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Wade's got the future on spin, boy. Urging notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Wade's got the future on spin, boy. Plug in tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Calling me mad, but mad's just a beta test for Boodle. Oh, Pete John's got you. 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 We're biddlers, not just dreamers. On-chain truth, no middle schemers. Forking hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. DAOs are voting, vibes are flowing. Buff-eyed corns are still a-growing. While the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last. And the hurt bubble, watch it crash. But we don't need your central banks. 'Cause regen biddlers stack in stacks. For we bid let this city on sports and chains. We bid let this city with regen brains. We bid let this city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Whale pools floating, fees are burning. ZK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, cause permissionless and finalized. Fork marmots on the scene, you know we're gonna bid a little it there. Some tread fibro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games. in chains. She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel, wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's if your chain's choking Ethernet whiz. Found her at a bullet hutch sucking down APIs, armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagrange drools over slow motion duel. Her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, shooby-doo-ba crack. That lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bluff acorns grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Da-da-da-da. Architect with a buffercorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. To do with a do with a do with do with do. You ordered a moonwalk across gas feed graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess, scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, bosom, lace on firewall. I scooped and truce from trash sheets. That's my device. Nullifier sniffing by my cloaks too crisp. Mainnet gossips, tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Got receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. Your private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive jump. Eyes everywhere, match 3 bird phones. Haunteries whisper, king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk dead scene. Headed up to the entropy. Mace cracked vaults like who's got the keys? Nullifier's huffing, you're just a rat with As firewall splinter to confetti bits, I'm curating leaves at the after party, sipping TLS tears. Call me well connected, I call it
Guitar slide. Guitar slide.
coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti. They rock on P Island. Get homemade in 7 for time. Shaboom, dose, efficiency pulse. The lag runs late. like drunk bumblebees. Proximize the board fins, they cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Way's got the future on spin, urging notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spin, bugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Chaos is not compeller, or it's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI, nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prof? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso straight through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs dial-up found. Age, old as speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Way's got the future on spin, urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spin, bugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Throwing me mad, but mad's just a beta test for Boodle. Oh, Pete Jobs, just dreamers, on-chain truth, no middle schemers, forking hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. DAOs are voting, vibes are flowing, buff-eyed corns are still a-growing. While the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last, and the herd bubble, watch it crash. But we don't need your central banks, 'cause regen fiddlers stacking stacks. For we pity let this city on sporks and chains. We pity let this city with regen brains. We pity let this city on sporks and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Whale pools floating, fees are burning. ZK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, cause permissionless and finalized. Fork marmots on the scene, you know we're gonna bid a little it there. Some tread fibro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games, She's a Colorado Comet in code forged steel, wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's if your chain's choking Ethernet whiz. Found her at a bullet hook sucking down APIs, armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagron drools over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, shooby-doo-bop crack. Ooh, that lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks' backs. Alliance architect with a Bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Da-da-da-da. Da-do-do-do, boo-boo-doo-doo-doo. Architect with a Bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. To do with a do with a do with do with do with do 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 do. You ordered a moonwalk across gas feed graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess, scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, bosom, lace on firewall. Eyes spooked and truce from trash sheets. That's my device. Nullifier sniffing on my corpse too crisp. Mainnet gossips, tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Got receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. Your private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive jump. Eyes everywhere, not just 3 bird phones. Quantaries whisper, king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk dead scene. Bend it up to the entropy. Mace cracked vaults like who's got the keys? Nullifier's huffing, you're just a rat with These firewall splinter to confetti bits. I'm curating leaves at the after party, sipping TLS tears. Call me well connected, I call it coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti, they rock on PI. Get homemade in 7 Shaboom, dose, efficiency pulse. The lag runs lagging in his latency sub. Professor Way's got the future on spin, book. Urging notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spin, book. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the board fins. They cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Wade's got the future on spin. Air-G notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Wade's got the future on spin. Plug in tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Chaos is not a compeller. Order's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI? Nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prop? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso stream through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs dial-up found. Age? Old as speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Wade's got the future on spin. Air-G notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Wade's got the future on spin. Plug in tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Throwing me mad, but mad's just a beta test. A boodle. Oh, Pete Jobs, just dreamers, on-chain truth, no middle schemers, forking hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. DAOs are voting, vibes are flowing, buff corns are still a-growing. While the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last, and the hurt bubble, watch it crash. But we don't need your central banks, 'cause regen fiddlers stack in stacks. For we pity let this city on force and chains. We pity let this city with regen brains. We pity let this city on force and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Whale pools floating, fees are burning. ZK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, cause permissionless and finalized. Fork marmots on the scene, you know we're gonna bid a little it there. Some tread fibro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games, She's a Colorado Comet in code forged steel, wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's, if your chain's choking, Ethernet whiz. Found her at a bullet hook, sucking down APIs, armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagrange rules over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, shooby-doo-bop crack. Ooh, that lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks' backs. Alliance architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Da-da-da-da. Alliance architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Up to do with for do with for do with with do 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 do. You ordered a moonwalk across gas feed graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess, scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, goes a mace on firewall. I spooked and truce from trash sheets. That's my device. Nullify a sniffing by my clothes too crisp. Mainnet gossips, tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Got receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. You private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive jump. Eyes everywhere, match 3 bird phones. Haunteries whisper, king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk dead scene. Bend it up to the entropy. Mace cracked vaults like, who's got the keys? Nullifiers huffing, you're just a rat with As firewall splinter to confetti bits, I'm curating leaks at the after party, sipping TLS tears. Call me well connected, I call it coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti. Watch me rock on PI. Get homemade in 7 for time. Shaboom, dose, efficiency pulse. The lag runs lagging in his latency sub. Professor Wade's got the future on spinball. Urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Wade's got the
here today, but you're in for a treat. We got a Minnesota Vikings fan over here. Teddy Woodward is the co-founder of Notional, and he's going to be talking about rethinking. Ooh, sorry, I want to make sure I'm right about this. Yes, rethinking DeFi lending, the hidden risks of volatile assets, and the case for pegged asset lending. Big round of applause, please, for Mr. Woodward.
Hey guys, I'm Teddy Woodward. I'm the co-founder of Notional. Notional is a lending protocol on Ethereum that specializes in fixed rates and leveraged yield strategies. Okay, so today wait a minute. It's not on the screen. Okay, all right. Today I'm going to talk about two kinds of lending, volatile asset lending and pegged asset lending. So volatile asset lending is something I think we're all familiar with. It is kind of the OG in DeFi lending. A borrower puts down a volatile asset like Bitcoin or ETH as collateral and then borrows a uncorrelated asset like USDC against that. So volatile asset lending has a really strong track record. It's been around since the beginning, and because of that, DeFi investors tend to think that it's safe and low risk. Pegged asset lending is a little bit newer, and this is when the borrower puts down a yield-bearing asset such as staked ETH and borrows a base token like ETH that's pegged against the collateral asset. Investors tend to think this is a little riskier because it is newer and because the collateral types are more complex and exotic. But I think that is incorrect. And it's not the case that this is riskier than volatile asset lending. The risks are just distinct and different. So I'm going to make a few claims. First is that volatile asset lending is riskier than you think it is, despite its track record. The second is that pegged asset lending is not riskier than volatile asset lending. It just has different risks, and that lenders should diversify and do both. Okay, so let's dive into volatile asset lending. So in this kind of lending, you're primarily focused on market risk. So what you're worried about here is that the value of the borrower's collateral decreases really fast, and then all of a sudden, the borrower's debt is worth more than their collateral, and they're insolvent, and the protocol has bad debt. And the way we mitigate this is liquidation. So this is something that I'm pretty sure everyone is familiar with, but we can give a quick overview. So the way this works is that the collateral value declines and the borrower becomes under-collateralized. At that point, the liquidator can buy that collateral at a discount, sell it on the market for the borrowed currency, take that borrowed currency, repay the debt, and keep anything left over as profit. Now, the issue with this is something we call the window of opportunity. So in order to liquidate successfully, you have to liquidate after the price has fallen such that the borrower becomes under-collateralized, but before the price falls so much that the borrower becomes insolvent. So in order basically to mitigate the risk for the lending protocol, you have to liquidate within this window. And this window can be quite narrow in terms of price and time. On a bad day, the market can sort of blow through this in the course of a few hours. So really the risk in volatile asset lending is the time constraint that this window of opportunity presents. And the risk you're worried about is that for some reason, liquidations fail during this window when they have to happen. And if that happens, then the protocol is at risk of bad debt. So we're going to go through some reasons why that might happen. But before that, let's just dig into a little bit of the sort of liquidator economics here, because this is important to understand why liquidations might fail. So basically, liquidations are premised on the liquidator making money. And if you want liquidations to happen, it needs to be profitable. And if they're not profitable, then they very well might not happen. So again, here the liquidator buys the collateral at the Oracle price minus a discount, and then sells the collateral at the market price minus slippage. So their profit margin is the difference between the price they sell it on the market and the price they buy it from the protocol. And their total profit is then the amount they liquidate times the profit margin minus an upfront gas cost. So there's three primary factors that can impact the profitability of liquidations. The first is high gas prices. So gas prices on Ethereum are very correlated to periods of market turbulence and price crashes, which is to say that exactly at the times you need to liquidate are the times you're going to be paying the highest gas prices. So this data comes from earlier this month when ETH went down by 20% in a day, and at this time gas fees spiked up to about 300 Gwei. So this means that liquidations are very expensive to do, and when Notional was liquidating through this period, liquidations were costing $400 or $500 each. And so what that means is the liquidator has a very high hurdle rate that they have to make enough money on the discount to cover the upfront cost, which is significant. All right, the second thing that is probably less well known is something I call price divergence. So the issue here is that the liquidation price that the liquidator pays is calculated off of the Oracle price, whereas their sale price is calculated off of the market price. And those two prices are not the same. So during stable market conditions, they track each other pretty closely, but during turbulent market conditions when prices are moving around a lot and gas prices are high and the chain is really congested, they can actually diverge quite a lot. And that's because people are putting trades through DEXs and the market prices are moving around a lot and the Oracle prices are having trouble getting their updates into the chain, and so there can just be a big disconnect. So this chart here kind of demonstrates that. This is EasyETH Uniswap price data from the EasyETH DPEG last April. So the blue parts of the line, which are very, very small, are points in time when the market price and the Oracle price were within 1.5% of each other. But the red parts of the line, which is basically the entire line, is when that divergence was greater than 1.5%. So that's most of the time, if not almost all the time. And the reason that matters is you can imagine that if this divergence is 5% and the liquidation discount is 4%, then the liquidator may end up paying a higher price, even including the discount, when they buy the collateral, then they're able to sell it on the market, and so liquidations just won't happen because they're not profitable. Okay, the third and maybe most important thing is liquidity. So the liquidity of many really popular collateral assets in DeFi is actually really thin on chain. So as an example, we've got Wrapped ETH here in Aave with about $4 billion, and their total DEX liquidity across all chains is only 75 million. And so that's a really big problem because if you have to liquidate a big chunk, say you had to liquidate $200 million, you would basically be totally unable to do that within a period of a few hours. And once again, this is where the time constraint imposed by the window of opportunity comes into play. Because if you had a week to liquidate, it would be totally fine. But because you might only have a few hours, there's a real risk that you aren't able to do that, and the protocol then faces insolvency. Okay, so to sum up here, basically, high gas prices, price divergence, and low liquidity of collateral assets can lead to unprofitable liquidations and potential liquidation failures during the window of opportunity, which can lead to a potential bad debt accruing to the protocol. So these risks aren't necessarily huge, but they are there, and they can never be fully mitigated. So lenders, if you're lending against sort of volatile assets, you need to be aware that you're taking some real risk that will never go away. All right, so let's move into pegged asset lending. So to reiterate, this is the act of lending a base token like Ether USDC against assets that are pegged to that token, like for example, wrap staked ETH, Easy ETH PTs, RSETH, ETH LP tokens. And to be specific, when we're talking about pegged assets, we're talking about redeemability. So specifically, an asset is pegged if there is a redemption path by which you can convert that asset into the base token without trading on the market, right? So like for in the example of staked ETH, it's the simplest example. You just unstake it and you get ETH back, and you'd never need to sell your staked ETH. So you never need to actually interact with the market price. And the same thing exists for all these examples here. Okay. Now this is the key characteristic of pegged asset lending. Because you're able to redeem without ever touching the market, you can be completely insulated from market volatility. Because you know that once you initiate the redemption, you know exactly how much you're going to get at the end of the redemption process. And so that means that any sort of market volatility in between just doesn't matter, right? Because if you have some staked ETH and you unstake it and you get ETH back, it doesn't matter what the price of staked ETH is on the market. And that's really great because it means you don't have to worry about the price of staked ETH tanking. All you have to care about is the integrity of the redemption mechanism. Okay, and to fully take advantage of what makes pegged asset lending special, you kind of need to rethink the way you do liquidation. So traditional liquidations, because they involve the liquidator trading on the market, there's a sort of market price dependency. But the way to sort of fully take advantage of this attribute of pegged asset lending is to do forced redemption instead. So in this, what this is that once the borrower becomes under-collateralized, instead of liquidating, the protocol initiates a forced redemption. So it takes the borrower's collateral and essentially pushes it into the redemption path that will ultimately end up getting the base token back to repay the debt. And it never has to trade on the market, and that's the important thing. So the pro of this is that you're completely insulated from market risk, but the con is that it's more complicated because you have to put the handling of the entire redemption path in the protocol itself. So the protocol has to be able to handle each step along this path to getting the base asset back. So an example of what this would look like, oh, and I'm running out of time here, is so for 1 month RSETH PTs, you initiate the forced redeem, you wait for the PT to expire, take the RSETH, submit the withdrawal request, finalize the withdrawal, collect the ETH, and repay the ETH debt. So it's a multi-step process. So in order for this to work, you have to there's a lot of handling that has to be done on the protocol side. But again, the upside is that you're completely, it allows you to completely circumvent market risk. Okay. So the risk for pegged asset lending, it's not risk-free, even if you can take away the market risk, is the redemption risk. So each asset has a different set of things that can happen that would haircut the redemption value of that asset. So for example, RSETH, it's slashing. SUSDE, maybe you're worried about negative funding risk. SDI, you're worried about the PSM draining. So it's different for each asset, and so is the mitigation. You need to understand all the different things that could happen, think about what the worst case scenario is, and set your risk parameters such that even in that worst case scenario, you can reasonably expect the protocol to not see insolvency. Okay. So to sum everything up here, volatile asset lending has a long track record. It's done really well, but there is this market risk component that is never going to go away. Pegged asset lending is newer, and it has a qualitatively different kind of risk. Now, investors tend to think of risk as a one-dimensional spectrum, and they want to, there's less risk on the left-hand side, most risk on the right-hand side, and they kind of want to be all the way on the left-hand side. But that is fundamentally, I think, the wrong way to think about it. How'd you cut my mic? Come on, man. All right. Anyway, thank you, everybody.
Winks at the moon while Lagrange drools over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, shooby-doo-bop crack. Ooh, that lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bluff acorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Da-da-da-da. Stay-doo-doo-doo, boo-boo-doo-doo-doo, boo-doo-doo-doo-doo,
Hey everyone. 1, 2, 1, 2. Is it on? No. Is it on?
Oh yeah, you're good.
Yeah? Hey everyone. Thanks for dropping by. I'm Jeremiah, co-founder and CEO at OpenCover. I'm also one of the 280 lucky souls that got wrecked by the UST, Terra UST DPEG in 2022 and then got unwrecked because I had DPEG insurance, or more precisely DPEG cover. And there were about 300,000 UST, or actually over 300,000 UST holders back then. So less than 1 in 1,000 had protection against DPEG back then. In fact, less than 50,000 wallets have ever purchased on-chain insurance. So despite the fact that off-chain insurance is pervasive, it's just everywhere, on-chain it's still relatively unknown. And that's the reason why we founded our company, to help folks stay safe on-chain. Last year, we covered over $200 million worth of on-chain risk, and this talk is really sharing what we've learned on our journey and how you can use on-chain insurance to reach your own goals. And of course, before we dive in, I do have to give a disclaimer. Insurance is a regulated term. It's a regulated industry. So many times when folks say on-chain insurance, what they actually mean is insurance alternatives, alternative risk transfer mechanisms that have the same purpose but are not regulated. So the term for those is cover. And so whether it's on-chain insurance or on-chain cover, it's non-regulated counterparts. The goal is the same, which is transferring away on-chain risk, smart contract risk, DPEG risk, governance attack risks away from the end user. And risk transfer has been massively important throughout history, right? It made oceans, cities, factories, space, even organizing this event, safe bets. And that's kind of what we've learned as humans in the last few millennia, that zero risk does not exist. However, if we mutualize risk, if we share risk, then we're able to build big things. So zero risk does not exist off-chain. It won't exist on-chain. That's why we have audits, security tools, best practices, and all of that. But really the role of insurance is to be that ultimate safety net when all else fails. And this is critical. It's a critical role in the sort of on-chain safety stack, because regular folks who don't care about the technology, who are not here to gamble, won't care that blockchains are more transparent, faster, global, programmable, all of that, if they're taking significantly more risk on-chain for things that they can do virtually risk-free off-chain. So we really need to be able to provide that same type of safety net on-chain as folks rely on off-chain if we want a wider adoption. And if you think of the main sort of overarching crypto risk, it's really four categories, right? It's custody risk, losing assets because a private key got compromised or stolen, transaction risk, which is typically getting tricked into signing a transaction that steals your funds, protocol risk, which is placing funds in a protocol that gets hacked or somehow has design failure, and asset risk, which is mostly stablecoin and wrapped assets losing their peg. Now, if we're talking about on-chain risks specifically, these are the risks that come from self-custodying assets and using on-chain protocols to do things like swapping, lending, minting, etc. And the main risks, the things beyond your control that you need to worry about there are transaction protocol and asset risk. And of course, that's where on-chain insurance, on-chain cover comes into play. So if we start maybe with transaction insurance, which is an interesting one because it's sort of the least developed, the newest of the three. Yet we've seen very recently how important it is to take transaction safety seriously. For individuals, the main way to cover your transaction today is through a browser extension. You'd want to do this obviously to avoid signing transactions that you don't quite understand and losing funds in the process. So for example, this one is called Pocket Universe. It scans transactions before they hit your wallet, and if they fail to catch a malicious transaction, you're covered up to $20,000. If you're a builder or an institution, you can also integrate transaction cover directly in your product or in your operations via an API, which basically checks transaction intents, compares them to simulated outputs, and makes sure that those match before they're actually published on the blockchain. So you can have that same sort of like transaction firewall principle within your own product or within your own org. This is something that we were the first to offer, and I think we might still be the only ones to offer it. But really, it's a proactive way to keep your users and or your org safe, differentiate your product through safety, and most importantly, transfer actual or perceived liability in case there's an issue with one of the transactions that they're assigned through your product or by someone at your org. Next up, we have protocol insurance. It's the most mature product of the three. It's pretty straightforward. Whether you're an individual or a business, you purchase a policy on a given protocol for a given duration. And if the protocol gets hacked or incurs a sudden and severe economic event, you can then claim on your policy, like for example, a liquidation failure, like Teddy was talking about. So here's an example of buying a 10,000 USDC protection on the Beefy protocol from Nexus Mutual for 30 days. It will cost about $28, it looks like. Important to note that when you buy this type of product, you need to be sure that you understand what the boundaries of the cover is, because of course in DeFi protocols are composed, they depend on each other. So for example, if you have a Beefy position that you want to cover, you want to make sure that you purchase a policy that also covers the underlying yield protocols. If you're a builder, you can also cover your protocol on behalf of your users or to protect your users. This is something that we see mostly in early days of a protocol, and that is to attract TVL by making it effectively risk-free, virtually risk-free, to participate in the protocol as you build a safety track record. And here one interesting option is Sherlock, who don't just do audits, they also offer a sort of base level of protection of protocol cover once you hit mainnet, which you can increase, I believe, if you need more. And then last but not least, we've got DPEG cover, so same, pretty straightforward. You choose an asset, you choose a cover amount, you choose a duration, and if the covered asset's market price goes below a certain percentage for a certain number of days, you can claim on your policy. So this is an example in our own product. You can purchase USDS, a DPEG cover, and if USDS goes below its dollar peg by 10% or more for more than 7 days consecutively, you can claim on the policy. So really the only question left is how much do these cost? I'll share this on Twitter later on. But basically transaction cover is typically single-digit BIP on the value covered for a given transaction. Protocol cover can start at 0.15% of the value covered for 1 year of protection, and can go up to 5% or even more in certain cases for newer protocols, depending on the underwriter and the actual protocol. And then for Deepak Cover, what we're seeing right now is prices between 0.5% and 3.5% of the value covered for a year of protection, depending on the token. All right, I hope you enjoyed this short primer on on-chain insurance. I'll post a summary table on X, and if you want to chat more, feel free to reach out there on Telegram. And we also have a DeFi and risk learning group that we're organizing with Nexus Mutual and Native. Highly recommended if you are thinking of becoming active in DeFi or you are already active in DeFi, it's free to join. And in the meantime, if you have any immediate questions, I'd love to answer them. And thanks for dropping by.
That lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Da-da-da-da. Steadoo-doo-doo, boo-boo-doo-doo-doo. Architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Up to do with a do with a do with with do. You ordered a moonwalk across gas feed graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess. Scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, goes a mace on firewall. I spooked and truce from trash sheets. That's my device. Nullifier sniffing by my clothes too crisp. Mainnet gossips, tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Got receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. You private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive chump. Eyes everywhere, match 3 bird phones. Haunteries whisper, king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down to my rodent fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk scene. Bend it up to the entropy. Mace cracked vaults like who's got the keys? Nullifiers huffing, you're just a rat with These firewall splinter to confetti bits. I'm curating leaps at the after party, sipping TLS tears. Call me well connected, I call it
High School Musical, and all of you are my parents. Where I'm like, I just know all the faces.
They're the cool parents, though. All right, final panel of the day, but you guys are in for a treat. We got Kevin, Matilda, and Rena from Gitcoin here to talk about the evolution of grants from QF to multi-mechanism future. Big round of applause for the panel. Kevin's
Thanks,
gonna
Adam
bring it in.
Wozni from the Akash Network. Thank you.
All
Doing
the
great work.
shout-outs. Welcome, everybody. I am Rena O'Brien, Executive Director at Gitcoin, co-founder of Allo.Capital. Here today to talk about the evolution of grants, as so kindly mentioned, with Matilda and Owaki. Gitcoin Grants has been a leader in funding in Web3 funding for years. And we're going to talk a little bit about the evolution of what that funding looked like, where we're going. But first, Matilda, you want to give a little bit of an intro?
Yeah, sure thing. So my name is Matilda. I am grants program lead at Gitcoin. I have been at Gitcoin for almost 3 years, and I've been involved since Jira 15, so quite a few rounds.
Awesome. Owaki, I'm going to have you introduce yourself next, like you need to introduce yourself. But once you've done that, could you actually walk the crowd through QF, why you and Gitcoin created it, and why it needs to evolve?
Yeah, sure, happy to. So hey, I'm Kevin Owaki, one of the founders of Gitcoin, and Rita and I have also just started working on a venture together called Allo.Capital, which is all about on-chain capital allocation, and maybe we'll talk about how that fits into the multi-mechanism future later. But you asked about quadratic funding and what makes it so magical, and how we've been working on it. We actually did not invent quadratic funding. It was invented by Zoe Hitzig and Glenn Weil and Vitalik Buterin. And basically what they wanted to do was find a more democratic way to fund public goods, things like open source software, the things that Ethereum relies on. And the really magical thing about quadratic funding is that you have a matching pool, and when people fund grants in a grants round, they'll be matched by that matching pool on the basis of the number of contributors to the grant, not the amount that's given. So basically that creates this dynamic where you can give $1 and the project gets $100 if it's democratically supported enough. And so it's this really amazing mechanism that decentralizes power from these grant administrators who are kind of like power brokers for their ecosystem into the edges of the network. The people that just have $1 and want to give to their favorite causes are now the ones who are deciding what projects to be funded. And so quadratic funding, you could call it democratic funding. It's a very democratic way to fund what matters in Web3. And Gitcoin Grants has been quadratic funding from January 2019, GG1, to GG22, which was at the end of last year. So about 6 years of quadratic funding under our belt, and it's been a real journey. We are so thankful to Glenn and Vitalik and Zoe for inventing quadratic funding.
Awesome, thank you. Curious to you both, do you think it's going to continue getting us where we need to go in terms of grants and capital allocation?
I think that there's a plurality of different ways to fund what matters, and doing it in a more democratic way is one way to do it. I think Optimism and Vitalik Buterin have been inventing retro funding, which leverages the fact that it's easier to fund what matters with the benefit of hindsight than trying to speculate on what will do good in the future. So retroactive funding is another mechanism out there that's doing a really great job of funding what matters. I think Protocol Guild has done a really great job of creating a very simple mechanism for funding Ethereum core infrastructure. And I'm also really excited about deep funding, which is Vitalik's new idea about how to fund dependencies in Web3. So I look at this as we need multiple tools in our toolbox to solve this problem, and we shouldn't be a maximalist about any tool. When I'm trying to fix something in my house, I'm not like, oh, I'm only going to use a screwdriver because I'm a screwdriver maximalist. I take a right tool for the job, and the tools all complement each other. And I kind of think of what we're doing now with Gitcoin being multi-mechanism as now we have a toolbox, we have a multi-tool. If Gitcoin 1.0 was a screwdriver, it was quadratic funding. Gitcoin 2.0 is a multi-tool. It's got a bunch of different tools that fund what matters in ways that are different and complementary from each other. So it's really a very exciting design space, and I think that when we talk about Allo.Capital later in the panel, we can talk about how we're really pushing the boundaries of what's possible there, and Gitcoin will be the place that we showcase the coolest stuff that we invent.
Yeah, to kind of touch on that as well, that's exactly what rooted off decision within Gitcoin Grant to evolve the program into multi-mechanism. We realized after 22 rounds, like Owaki mentioned, quadratic funding is a really powerful mechanism, but it's not a one-size-fits-all. And what we started noticing within our quadratic funding rounds is that we got the same builders that came into each round, and they became really established and they became really successful, but they there was this competition that started happening with the early stage projects that were up and coming in the rounds that were struggling to compete for matching caps and for the matching funds against these really established projects. So what we did at the end of last year, we had a look at the program, we had a look at our past 22 rounds, and we realized we need to evolve this. We need to take it away from just quadratic funding, but how exactly are we going to do that, and what is that decision making going to look like? So we went really to the builder level. So we're also moving into a much more builder-centric mindset. So what we decided to do was, and this is what we're going to experiment with in GG23, which is going to kick off early April. So it's, yeah. So it's coming up really fast, but basically what we're doing, Gitcoin grants, what it looks like now, if you're not familiar with what it looks like these days, we return to our roots of funding open source software. So we have our OSS program, which to date has been quadratic funding rounds. And we also have this decentralized part of our program that we have given to the community. So this allows any community to come in, fund their own ecosystem that we also partly fund. So what we're doing with our multi-mechanism future is within our own OSS program, we're separating our builders out between early stage and mature. And the early stage builders will be pushed through quadratic funding rounds, and then our mature builders will go into a curated retro round. So this just allows for a fairer funding distribution, and it just makes a lot more sense with the goals of our program.
Can you talk a little bit, and this goes for, I suppose, some of the round operators in the audience, like what were some of the challenges, and where do you think this is really going to impact the builders that you're trying to fund?
Do you mean challenges just within the program, and why?
Going multi-mechanism, baby. I was there for the record, so I know it wasn't necessarily the easiest thing. Or even a better way to frame it, what are some of the considerations that people who might be looking at going into doing multi-mechanism should consider?
Yeah, that's a good question, because it's kind of a twofold question, because multi-mechanism has been a solution to a lot of problems, or it's been a solution to what we've been seeing, but it does also come with a lot of complexity. How do you communicate it out to your community where they should funnel into? I think it's really important to create very clear funnels for your builders as well as your donors. So you need to understand where your builders are showing up, where they're coming from, and how you're communicating to them. I mean, communication in any grant program is one of the most important things, as we know. And I mean, even to this date, we've learned so much about how that communication breakdown has happened, even just with quadratic funding rounds. So I think that's one thing, but then, I mean, it's going to be a massive experiment. So one of the things that I have been really proud of being involved in Gitcoin grants has been how we take community feedback, how we iterate and evolve, and we're really stepping into this new age of let's go out and try. Let's not be scared to risk it, and if it's not going to be perfect, that's okay, but let's get feedback, let's hear from the builders, and let's take the community along with us. So to kind of wrap up and answer that question, it's communication, it's making sure that all the funnels are really clear and that the community also knows what we're trying to achieve with our program and if they are a good fit to participate from a donor or a builder perspective.
Nice, thank you. Owaki, I know that you've got a few posters in terms of the evolution of many different things hanging in your office in the Regen Hub. But can you talk a little bit about what you've seen in terms of the evolution of funding outside of just even QF, and what some of these experiments that we're doing, or anyone could be doing in both capital allocation, could mean for the ecosystem?
Yeah, well, I'm glad you got to check out the Regen Hub, which was our co-working space in Boulder that we run as a DAO. So go to regenhub.xyz if you want to hang out there next time you're in Boulder. And we do have a bunch of posters on the wall that are cool infographic maps of different things in Web3. And I think you asked about the resource allocation over time poster, which is this really vibey poster that you can get at store.gitcoin.co that shows the history of resource allocation over time. And it's, if you've never thought about it, it's kind of surprising, but resource allocation has evolved through human history, from the hunter-gatherer age when we were small tribes, to the agricultural age, which we started to form around small towns, and then the industrial age in which we did it at scale, and then the information age. You now have giant technology companies that are serving millions of people. And over time, we've seen the changes in how resource allocation happens, from things like rotational labor systems or commitment pooling in the hunter-gatherer age, to more co-op type models in the agricultural age. And now the information age, we have, nation states and companies that we use to resource allocate. And so once you see the history of how resource allocation has evolved over time and how it's been evolving as human governance changes over time, it kind of opens up your eyes to the possibility of what is possible in resource allocation and governance in the internet age. How do you pay your rent and do it in a values-aligned way? We can design better systems because we now have the internet and we have on-chain mechanisms. And so the thing I really think is very powerful about this is that we're moving from the industrial age into the information age, and we're building this parallel society where we can fund public goods and we can fund what matters in a novel way that's never been possible before. Blockchains give us transparent, corruption-resistant, programmable money, and it's global in nature. And so I think that we can invent new mechanisms to fund what matters in the 21st century. And by the way, one of the things you learn from the resource allocation mechanism poster is that for most of humanity, the groups that were resource allocating all knew each other. They had FaceTime with each other. There wasn't a lot of hierarchy like you have in these Fortune 500 companies with 10,000 people working at them, and they have served 1 million constituents. And so you have these hierarchies that started to arise and would start to channel all the resources towards the executive suite and towards the, like the more, in a plutocratic way. And I think that there's an opportunity for us to go back to decentralized organizing in small groups, leveraging the coordination mechanisms that are on chain. And in a way, I think that if our industrial era institutions are declining in legitimacy, maybe we look to what existed before them. Instead of insurance companies like United Healthcare systematically denying claims because they just are full of bureaucracy at best, or at worst, they have a financial incentive to deny claims. What if we look to the way small towns would fund each other's health needs in the pre-World War II era and build insurance DAOs? What if we find democratic ways to do commitment pooling and bring that kind of mechanism on chain? So I think we're relearning how to rely on each other instead of having to rely on the nanny state. And there's something really beautiful there. And it's always moving over time as we've evolved. Humans have evolved new ways to coordinate resources, and we're just at this place where we're about to crack into what's truly possible with blockchains. And I think that Allo Capital, we want to be that tip of the spear that's really pushing what's possible forward in this new design space. And that's why I've been pushing out so many books and research reports and shit posts, because we got to discover the new frontier together. And it's just such an exciting design space. So Allo.capital is our new venture where we're doing research on this stuff, issuing reports, and then writing software. And then the cool thing about being Gitcoin alumni is that we can go pitch that software back to the Gitcoin Grants program, take it for a ride, and you're going to see some wild stuff in Gitcoin Grants in 23 through 27 because we're just surrounded by people pushing boundaries of what's possible. And it's a convergence of talent and capital and intellectual capital and financial capital. And I think we're going to demo some cool stuff over the next cycle.
Thanks, Owaki. Bringing it back to grants, actually, Matilda, I'm going to throw you a curveball. Yeah, I'm not going to hold you at anything, but I mean, you've done some amazing work for GG23. Super stoked for the multi-mechanism funding, but I'm curious in terms of the opportunities that you see ahead of us, both as an experimental version in the grants program and what we can do for builders in the community, getting more builders into the program itself. Like, is there anything that you're like, next up is going to be like road wars? I don't fucking know. I like whatever. That's the new funding mechanism. Write that down, Owaki. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a big question, and it's one that I've been thinking of a lot. I think one of the things that I've thought of a lot, with the evolution of Gitcoin grants specifically, is when GG started, we were kind of the only funding program in town. And now we've got an entire ecosystem with so many funding programs in the space, which is incredible. But it does add also complexity for builders on how to navigate that. So one of the things that I've always thought of with Gitcoin grants is how do we support builders beyond just funding? And it's not something that has been super baked into the program, at least not since I've been involved with the program. And part of this looks like how can we engage our builders, not only show up every quarter or 3 times a year now and come get some funding and cheers, see you next time. How do we create more sustainable spaces and resources for those builders to keep engaged with us, where we can grow our own community, but also allow them opportunity to go and, succeed within the space as a whole? Because the goal of the program is, to fund OSS within the Ethereum ecosystem. So we have this kind of responsibility to not just keep it within, the Gitcoin ecosystem, but also allow them to innovate and flourish elsewhere. So I've been thinking a lot about this, and we are planning on, we're looking this year at launching a mentorship program. We have onboarding programs coming up, but that's just the beginning. And it's not tricky, but it's you need to be able to understand as well those funnels and where to engage your builders as well, and also how they're showing up for your program and why. So there's a lot of pieces to that. But I also think that what I'm really excited about this future with what we're doing with GG23, going multi-mechanism, it's not something that is simple, it's not something that is easy, but I really think that it's worth it. It was really time to evolve, to take that step and to make some really big changes. And how I see it evolving is exactly what Owaki mentioned earlier as well, bringing in other experiments into the program as well, wherever it makes sense. And we're doing this with the community rounds as well. We're really encouraging our community rounds to also experiment with mechanisms. I actually was speaking to a round operator the other day, and he asked me, okay, well, which funding mechanism would you recommend? And I was like, the one that makes sense for the goals and KPIs of what you're trying to achieve with your program. We're not sitting in a position anymore where we are dictating, you need to run QF rounds because that's what we do. It's like, if you want to go and allocate capital in your ecosystem the way that makes sense, that's what we're going to encourage. But kind of what I see as well is getting a lot more granular with the categories within OSS that we also fund, and how we can allow the community to also maybe make those decisions moving forward with other
Decentralized,
mechanisms.
baby.
What she said was decentralized, baby.
There, I'm back. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that, Matilda. Absolutely. I would encourage this group as well to check out gov.gitcoin.co and see what some of the things that we're baking both for the program and for Gitcoin, as well as research.allo.capital. We've got a ton of interesting mechanisms that I'm really excited to work with on the program with Matilda. And we welcome voices. We're here to experiment on the program, and if that means keeping builders, supporting builders, and that's part of the grants program. That's any evolution of a grants program, and that's the tricky part, right? How people will go grant hopping and continuing to evolve. And we want to hear from the community and what would get more builders into our grants program, so that we can exemplar it for other people's programs. And with that being said, Owaki, how are we looking at building the next generation of funding infrastructure? Where do you see the opportunities there?
Well, the incredibly humbling thing is that it's going to be invented in the Ethereum ecosystem and not just at Gitcoin. So I'm excited about going from doing Gitcoin grants, the community rounds on GrantStack, to starting to use things like grant ships and Easy Retro PGF and there's a plurality of many amazing tools that too many to name out there that I think that we can weave into our infrastructure. And there's a real 3-3 here with mechanism designers and capital allocation infrastructure builders. And I think that with Allo Capital, we can publish research that helps builders figure out what's going on and what to build. We can build technology that allows them to start on third base as they're building it. It's just an American baseball way of saying that we're going to accelerate the builders. Sportsing, yeah. And then, so we could be the first capital into capital allocation builders. We can be their initial seed check. So first money into new mechanisms, first technology into new mechanisms, first research into new mechanisms. And so it's about accelerating that network of builders that are building cool stuff. And, we can give them, in addition to capital, technology, and we can give them distribution through the Gitcoin Grants program. And so I'm seeing Gitcoin becoming a Schelling point for the wider Ethereum ecosystem and mechanism builders to deploy their mechanisms. And we have a $16 million matching pool that we can deploy about $1 million per quarter towards the most interesting ideas. It was $16 million last time I checked. I think it might be around 14 now because it's denominated in ETH. But I believe in networks, and I believe in their ability to produce intelligence at the edges. And so these network of builders are going to deliver us a lot of really cool stuff. And Allo Capital and Gitcoin can accelerate those builders by giving them what they need. So lots of really cool stuff on the frontier, and can't wait to see how it goes in GG23 and then evolve towards doing more cool stuff in GG24. Gitcoin's very protopian, which means that it gets better every single quarter is better than the last. And we have this iterative approach to the program, and we optimize for a local maxima, a global maxima of what's possible over time. And so I want to set expectations that GG23 will not be perfect. And I think that we're going to iterate towards perfection over time. And the team that's working on it is amazing, Matilda included. So can we get some snaps for Matilda in the GG program? Okay. All right, I had to get you snaps because I said that it wouldn't be perfect this time, but the truth
I
is,
was like, oh,
we
way less pressure.
We can only iterate towards perfection.
Yeah, I think that's, like I've mentioned it before, and that iterative approach is really powerful, because, and it's okay. That's what I love about the work that we do and the step that we're taking. It's like we're being vocal about, come along with us. It's not going to be perfect, but this is why we're doing it, and this is why it's important. And we've gotten a lot of really positive feedback with the changes that we're making. Now it's just our responsibility to make sure that those funnels are super clear, that our communication is super clear, and of course that the round goes as smooth as possible. But there's always something that comes along, but that's part of it, and that's the beauty of what we're doing. If it was perfect, I would say maybe we're not doing something right. I don't know.
We run a quarterly grants program and a quarterly shit show, in case anyone was wondering. You can just check our Twitter feed for what's been going on there. Thank you both for that. I think that's great. There's a lot to be learned in terms of the evolution of grants and how you support both your community, the people that you're trying to get the funding to, the donors and whatnot. And I love that we're taking the initiative to try and see what that could look like with the multi-mechanism. We've got a few minutes left, but I'm going to ask Owaki's favorite closing podcast question. Is there a question that you wanted me to ask that I didn't ask?
I actually have two closing podcast questions, and the first is, in a world where you're maximally successful in 10 years, what does the world look like? And then after that, I ask, is there anything I didn't ask you want to say?
So you're just being ornery now. Pick a question. Pick one of them. Just one of them and answer the question.
I think in 10 years, if we're massively successful, we are going to fund what matters democratically and emergently and at scale. So that's what we're iterating towards. And if you do the math, 4 rounds a year times 10 years is anyone good at math? That's 40 years.
Anybody? 40, seriously? Web 3 nerds,
40 quarters. So in 10 years, if we could just have 40 iterations towards 40 iterations towards funding what matters at scale democratically, And so that's what
Well,
the
it's
world will look like. in
3
10
rounds
years.
a year now, so not 4.
Oh no!
But
You let me do all that math. Now we have to redo it. Okay, so 30 iterations. Can we do it in 30 iterations? Some of our developers are sitting in the front seat nodding yes, so we can do it.
yeah, we can.
Swagman says yes. All right. Matilda, same question. It sounds like you've got 2 options to pick from. If we are successful in 10 years, what does that look like? Or is there a question that you wanted me to ask that I didn't ask you?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Owaki. That's kind of what I see as well. One of the things that came into my head as well was around, there's a lot of talk around impact, impact creation in the space, and a lot of grant programs are evolving to be a lot more specific with tracking impact and tracking the impact of your program. And I think that's also something that that we are busy starting to improve within Gitcoin grants. And that's part of that long-term goal, because that is the impact that we want to get to eventually. But what does that look like at scale? What does that look like, right now? And sometimes we need to do a few iterations of the rounds to actually understand the impact that we are creating. So the beautiful thing about Gitcoin grants is that we have so much data. We are sitting on a mountain of data from 22 rounds that we've ran, and now we're going into this multi-mechanism future, which I'm super excited about. So really just making sure that we are learning from each and every round. We're looking at the impact that we want to create. Is that in line with the goals of the program and what the wider ecosystem within Ethereum needs, and then kind of just iterating from that. So it's kind of just something that came into my head. So I don't even know if I answered your questions, but or either one. But
I mean, just from working with you and knowing from the grants evolution and what we do see for that 10-year future, being able to have impact measurement as well as experimentation, I do think that we should continue evolving. And for those that don't know, we are mostly we're a 2-sided marketplace at Gitcoin. We've got our grant stack technology that is serving our partners that are running their rounds, but then we also have our community. And so there's a delicate balance between what we do with that technology in order to serve 2 very different types of customers. And I will say Matilda has spearheaded this beautifully and worked within the organization to get some of these features out. And we are always looking for ways to experiment because it's the front door to our technology. And that technology is what brings in the revenue, which keeps us funding public goods and funding what matters. So with that being said, I think we've gone through the mechanisms. Owaki, you can see you're prepped for something.
Can I have my second final question?
You have a 2-minute warning. Please begin wrap up. But yes, you can do
Okay.
your second question.
Owaki, is there anything Rena didn't ask that you want to say? Yes, there is. Thanks for asking. I just wrote a book. It's called How to DAO. It's all about my adventures in building DAOs and Gitcoin becoming a DAO. And I kind of think of every quadratic funding round as an ephemeral DAO. DAOs don't need to exist forever. A quadratic funding round takes a couple months of prep, a couple weeks to execute, and then a couple weeks to do a retrospective and do the payouts. And that's kind of like an ephemeral, democratized, distributed, autonomous organization. And so I'm really excited about this design space of DAOs and democratic resource allocation and going more peer-to-peer in the on-chain world. And How to DAO is your guide to that revolution. You can go to howtodao.xyz, howtodao.xyz. You can pick up a copy of the book and learn about our evolution and also get equipped for mastering the future of internet coordination. I believe that there's going to be a lot of abundance and opportunity online for the next generation of hackers and builders. And, for time immemorial, people have gone to the frontier looking for riches and abundance and resources. And our generation's frontier is the internet. And I think DAOs are going to be sort of the vehicles that we go forward in the internet. And so by teaching more people how to DAO in a way that equips them for that journey, I think more people will get onboarded into crypto and they'll get onboarded and equipped to be successful. This isn't like influencers onboarding you through a YouTube channel and selling you their coins. This is actually giving you the skills that you need to participate in the revolution. So TLDR, buy my book, howtodao.xyz. And 2 more seconds. Thanks, Rena, for being our moderator. Thanks,
Thank you.
Matilda.
Oh, and if anyone wants to find out about Gitcoin grants and GG23 and dive more into what we're doing there, go to grants.gitcoin.co. Okay, last show.
Thank you for bringing
Thank
it
you
back
so
around
much.
to grants to land the plane, Matilda.
Oh, is that what we're talking about? Grant?
Thank
Oh,
you, everyone. Have a
Thank you.
fantastic weekend.
Tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. Crypto notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the board fins, they cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Air notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Chaos is not compeller, or it's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI, nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prof? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso straight through